Shalom, fam. It's your Moray, Jaden Israel. Welcome to Real Talk Tuesday. Live stream is going up on a Tuesday. Hey, what it do? What's good, family? Let us know that you are here. Go ahead and pull up in the chat. Say peace. Say hi. Say shalom. Say something. Do not be scared. Family, we got another spicy live stream for you. We are going to get into this Esau topic. There are many brews out there that claim that Esau was quote unquote white. Well, tonight I'm going to give you the chance to come on this panel and prove to the world that Esau was white. The title of tonight's live stream: Esau was black. Prove me wrong. Live debate. Tonight, I'm switching up the program. Usually I open up the panel at the end of my lesson, but tonight I'm going to give you the opportunity to come on the panel real soon. I'm talking real soon. As soon as I give these free goodies. I got some gifts for you, family. I got some gifts. Some late Chronica gifts. If you didn't get anything for Chronica, I got you. If you didn't get that, figure it out now. Laugh now. Figure it out later and laugh now. Esau was black. Prove me wrong. Live debate. Before we get into it, and before I open up the panel, I will open up the panel. I will send out the link to whoever would like to come on the panel. I just ask you to be respectful and don't be a bumbleclot. Now, let's get these announcements. What you want to do is you want to go below this video. This video right now that you're watching, fam, go below into the description. And when you do so, you will receive those gifts that I'm talking about right here, fam. Scroll down below this video. Click on free goodies. That's right. Your favorite 4-letter F word. You know that's right. 30 words in Paleo Hebrew, Biblical Hebrew, and English. That's right. Video tutorial and free PDF download. Learn those 30 words so you can impress your family and friends with your Hebrew. The Lord's Prayer, Yahusha's Prayer, in English and Hebrew. Video tutorial and free PDF. The 10 Commandments in Hebrew and English. Video, PDF. The Shema prayer in Hebrew and English. Video, PDF. Let's make it bigger. There we go. That's more like it. Let's run through these free goodies again. 30 words in Paleo Hebrew, Biblical Hebrew and English. The Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and English. The 10 Commandments, Hebrew, English. The Shema prayer in Hebrew and English. And the priestly blessing in Hebrew and English. The Benediction, you guessed it, video and PDF. I created these video tutorials and these free PDF downloads so that way you can have it right in your phone and you can tap in to your language. Let's go. If you want to go deeper into Hebrew, you want to start learning Hebrew, go ahead and enroll in the Hebrew Mastery course, the Hebrew Mastery Bundle. At the end of this bundle, you will learn how to write, how to read, and speak Biblical Hebrew. Now, if you'd like to tap into all the courses, if you're curious to see what courses we have all courses right here for adults and children. Adults, you can learn alongside your children. As a former Sunday school teacher and licensed minister in Christianity, it's my honor. In the words of Pops from Friday, it's my pleasure to teach Biblical Hebrew. Enroll now. Want to earn side income or replace your 9-to-5? That's right, family. If you'd like to earn side income, if you want a side hustle while you keep your 9-to-5, or if you like to replace your 9-to-5, if you like to trade your 9-to-5, go ahead and learn how to trade right here, Trading Mastery Course, the Trading Mastery Course. My wife and I, we are stock market investors. We'll show you how to get this paper. We'll show you how to earn this paper. That's right. Need Hebrew Israelite apparel like this shirt? Look at this shirt, family. I'm showing off on y'all. Look at this. I'm flexing on y'all. Look at this shirt. Representing the Most High Yah. If you'd like to get this shirt and a variety of apparel like this for women, men, and children, clothing for regular days and feast days, let me show you how. Let's represent the kingdom. It gets the conversation started. Click where it says Need Hebrew Israelite Apparel. And when you click there, family, it takes you to Kavod. Kavod is the name of the Israelite apparel brand. Kavod, which means honor, splendor, glory. Kavod, styled and legacy. Shalom, unlock 20% off your order. For example, these beautiful couples t-shirts that you see on screen and this shirt that I got on, all together as one order can be 20% off. Let me show you how you can do it. This really reads 5.0. This is a mind trick. This really says 5.0. The customer's not always right. Here's the proof. This should be 5.0. The left side are the categories. Right side are a C's sample, C's candy sample. Because this shop is too sweet. All right, family. So let me go ahead and show you how you get that 20% off right here. Use this link. Use this link to get your 20% off your order. All glory. If you like exclusive content, behind the scenes footage, if you want to laugh at my bloopers, it's going to cost you now. If you like to tap into advanced biblical teachings that I can't put on YouTube because it's too sensitive for the sensitive ones, and if you desire to if you desire to tap into advanced biblical tools, I got you, family, right here. Get your exclusive content right here. It'll get better and better. The Patreon. When you support the Patreon, you support the ministry. Also, unsubscribe, subscribe anytime, family. And if you'd like to support the ministry, my wife and I, we appreciate it. We don't need it, but we appreciate it. If you want to say thank you, if you want to show your appreciation to my wife and I and to the ministry, you can do so through Cash App, PayPal, Buy Me a Coffee, or the YouTube Super Chat. Family, this channel is monetized. Shout out to YouTube. Thankful for YouTube for giving us this platform. And that concludes. No, let me go ahead and show you our schedule. Right here at the top of the page, here's our schedule. Click on more. The Shabbat word. What's the Shabbat word? Sabbath service. I repeat, Sabbath service on Fridays at 7 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. 7 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. Shabbat service includes prayer, praise music, and preaching. I'm a preacher, family. That's what I love to do. All glory to Yah. Motivation Monday. Get your motivation videos. Get your Monday started with some motivation at 10 o'clock a.m. Pacific time. Real Talk Tuesday. Open panel live streams. Tuesdays at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. And when I'm free, I go live on Wednesdays at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. And on Thursdays or sometime during the week, I like to drop a short or a clip. Once again, here are the links. Trading course, Hebrew Mastery Bundle, all Hebrew courses, Patreon, Etsy. I also like to mention in the Hebrew course, we also have Gematria. If you want to tap in and go deeper and get into the numerical values of Hebrew letters, we got you. Trading course, Hebrew Mastery Bundle, Hebrew courses, Patreon, Etsy, Cash App, PayPal, Buy Me a Coffee, TikTok. That's right. I'm new on TikTok. IG, Facebook, Meta, Jaden and Jazz. Here's my wife and I's channel. Subscribe to my wife and I's channel. Why? Because we are not bumbleclots. We strive to be balanced. We speak about trendy topics, celebrity news, and Black love. It is a secular show. However, as Israelites, let's not be one-dimensional. Let's not be one-dimensional. Dr. Umar Johnson, repeat myself 3 times. Let's not be one-dimensional. And lastly, family, if you'd like to contact me behind the scenes on my email, one condition: verify that you are not AI. Well, I tell you, there are a lot of bots out here in these YouTube streets. There's a lot of phonies out there in the YouTube streets. Shalom, shalom to Dana Black. Shalom, shalom to you. Shalom, shalom to Byron Willer. That's elder. That's the elder right there. Zakane, Byron Willer. Esau was black. Prove me wrong. Live debate. I believe that Esau was black. According to my analysis of the scriptures, according to my studies, I arrived to the conclusion Esau was black. That's right, black. He was black. And if you believe that he was not, feel free to come on and give your position. Even if, and I'll leave it, I'll also say this too, family. If you agree with me, if we have arrived to the same conclusion that Esau was black, you can come on the panel as well. I'm not going to just leave it for those who disagree. But if you agree and you like to share something or give some edification, I'm going to go ahead and give you that opportunity right now. Join the panel now. Let's get it. Here's a link on screen. Join the panel now. Esau was black, according to my research. Here's the problem. You have a lot of Hebrew Israelites out here on YouTube preaching that Esau was quote unquote white. And I'm here to say to them respectfully, they are wrong. They are wrong. Esau was not quote unquote white, quote unquote Caucasian. Their research is incorrect. And that's not the first time that they have misled me. I remember when I first was learning about Hebrew Israelites, I was curious about it before I acknowledged myself as an Israelite, before I accepted that I'm an Israelite. I was curious about it. I was even skeptical about it. I didn't just run in and agree with it. I challenged it in my mind, and I looked at other studies in regards to other beliefs, and I did my research. And on the camps, they said a lot of stuff at first that sound groundbreaking, and it was new information. And some of the stuff, I'm not going to say they're wrong 100% of the time, but they're wrong a lot of the time. I don't have a percentage, but it's high. They get a lot of stuff incorrect. And at first, I was looking around. You know, I was watching Sarnetta. I was curious. I was learning about different faiths. And, I saw the Hebrew Israelites, and, I was watching the camps, and I found their information to be fascinating and entertaining. And I ran with it for a moment. But then I started to run into other Israelites who were academic, who were scholarly, who were studied, and who were not racist. And also, I did my own research and arrived to the conclusion that the camps got a lot of stuff wrong. The camps got a lot of stuff wrong. Dr. Umar Johnson, repeat myself 3 times. The camps got a lot of stuff wrong. However, if you're in a camp, or if you hold to camp doctrine, if you are in a camp or you hold to camp doctrine, please prove me wrong. Please prove us wrong. According to me, Esau was black. Prove me wrong. Live debate. Usually I don't open up the live stream. Usually I don't open up the panel this early. But it's right here, family. You want to go ahead and talk about it? We can do so. But in between that time, let me go ahead and show you my video that I did on this topic. Because I'm not just saying this, family. I actually looked into it. And I encourage you to look into it yourself. I encourage you to double check your moray. Always double check what these YouTubers got to say, including myself. Let me go ahead and show you this video of mine. I did this video over a year ago. You can find it in the playlists of the Shabbat word. You can find it in the Shabbat word playlists, or I repeat, you can find my lesson that I did on Esau entitled, Was Esau White? You can find it in the Shabbat word playlist, or you can get it right here. You can scroll down to videos and get it the hard way. Or you can type it in. You can type it in on YouTube, but it's easier to get to it if you go to the playlists and you go to the Shabbat word. Almost there. I'm getting it off screen. Shalom, shalom to Ema, Marcia, Hamilton. That's our mother right there. Shalom, shalom to you. Ema, Marcia, Hamilton. Ema, Mardia. Shalom, shalom. Right here, family. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Check this out. The third video says, was Esau white? Was Esau white? Was King David and King Solomon white? Ruddy, red, explained. Right here. This video, I provide a thorough breakdown on this topic. In this video, I show you my research and I prove that Esau was black. I prove in this video through a plethora of sources, Esau was black. Don't believe the camps. Don't believe the hype. Don't believe the camps. The majority of them. I'm sure out there's some decent camps, but when I say the camps, I'm referring to the One West camps. Okay, you can say that, but can you prove that? You can say whatever you want, but can you prove that? Can you prove that? But this video right here, I prove that Esau was not Chinese. I prove that he was not Caucasian. I prove that Esau was melanated. He was quote unquote black, quote unquote. When I say quote unquote, I'm speaking in colloquial terms. That term black is an adjective that has been placed upon us. Black is not a nationality. However, I understand that I have no problem using that term black with pride and with thankfulness and with with gratitude. So I'm not dissing the fact that we can't call ourselves black. Family, I'm mulatto, I'm mixed, I'm light skinned. I got love for everybody. But if you like to call yourself black, I think that's fine because I know I know the heart of what you're saying. But technically, black is not a nationality. Black is an adjective, and I'll leave it at that. So I'm not going to be petty over those terminologies. So to me, that's semantics. But Esau was black. Colloquially speaking, he was red bone. He was what, Jaden? He was red bone. He was red bone. He was reddish brown. He was mahogany. He was reddish brown, mahogany, red bone. You can join the panel if you like to prove your position. If you like to try to attempt to prove that Esau was quote unquote Caucasian or Chinese or whatever, I'm giving you the opportunity, family. I usually don't open up the panel this early. But in the meantime, I'll go ahead and provide some facts on why I arrived to this conclusion. I didn't just believe it to be true. I did my research and arrived to my conclusion. Now, let's go ahead and go to Blue Letter Bible. We're going to go to Genesis 25. Genesis 25, we'll go ahead and start at verse 25. Oh, we got a guess. One second. Shalom, shalom. Zakane, Elder Byron, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. How you doing, brother?
Tove may old. Now I'm a little tired. I ain't gonna lie, a little tired. I'm getting back to the work grind, and I got some what's the word, like rust or felt jet lag from having the time off. I've had a number of days off, and I enjoyed spending time with my wife, having the free time. But I'm just getting back into the motion of things. But yes. How are things doing for you, Byron? Even it's 7:53, 7:54 where you're located. How are things?
Things going good. I'm sitting down listening to your live on my birthday.
Oh, it's your birthday?
Yeah, today is my birthday. I turned 57.
Wow. Hold on. We got to do the right thing. All glory to our great King. Happy birthday, Elder, or I should say, Yom Huladet Sameach. Yom Huladet Sameach. Happy birthday.
Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Some brews are nervous about sharing their birthday. Some brews, a lot of brews don't celebrate their birthday, but I got to ask you because I exposed myself, and I encourage Israelites that they have the option to celebrate their birthday if they want. If they want to celebrate it and they honor Yah, I think they have an option to do so. But what's your position on that? You going to celebrate your birthday? What you got plans, King?
Well, to me, it's up to you how you celebrate your birthday, whether you just want to stay at home and do nothing, or if you want to go out with the family and have dinner. But it's really up to you, because if you weren't born, then your children weren't born. then your grandkids weren't born, then your great grandkids weren't born. Then now what happens? So every generation is that generation of hope that's gonna come out of captivity. But me at being at 57, it has to start with me cleansing my seed so that my son could have a cleansed seed, so that my grandson could have a seed that's cleaner than mine. And so maybe he'll now be that fruitful that fruitful seed in the land. So I celebrate my birthday, especially now that I'm walking in the truth, because it's truly a birthday. You're born again spiritually to where you understand who you are, whose you are, and what you're called to be. But if I wasn't here, then who would I be? And I'll go ahead and end with that, brother.
Well said. Well said, because I agree with you. That's why it's well said. I'm just kidding. No, that was excellent. Yes, I agree with you, Zakane. Zakane means elder. Family, by the way, elder. Yeah, you hear me say Zakane. Zakane means elder. Now, I believe we do have the option, and I think it's beautiful that you're celebrating your birthday, because you saw me. I celebrate my birthday. I celebrate my wife's birthday. I think we should celebrate our children's birthday, our grandchildren's birthday, our loved one's birthday. I think we have that freedom to do so. And like, I get it. As Israelites, like when we first wake up, we think like everything we've been taught is absolutely the devil or absolutely Hasatan or evil. And that's not the truth. I think we just have to take things case by case and take our time and spend some time learning about, you know, this awakening and study the scriptures for ourselves, and also, you know, you do our own research, and most importantly, trust in the Most High Yah. And I think like a lot of brews, they come into the awakening and they become religious. They become stoic. They become stiff. They become like rigid. And I can understand it's going to take some time for things to kind of get normal, but not everything that the world does is quote unquote a sin. And to me, it's the attention of your birthday. If you celebrate your birthday, you're honoring Yah. You're thankful for being alive. You're thankful for your parents. You're celebrating your birthday with loved ones, and I think it's a great option that we can take. It's a great opportunity for us to, or show our gratitude to the Most High. So I think that's great that you celebrate your birthday, and it's cool that we actually agree on that.
Yeah, it is. We agree about 50% of the time. Maybe 50, maybe 51-49. That might be more closer to it.
Yes, and tonight it looks like we agree once again, because tonight's topic, I'm gonna go ahead and put it on screen. Esau was black. Prove me wrong. Live debate. Now I'm opening the link out to anybody who wants to come and challenge and defend their position and prove that Esau was Caucasian, as many of the camps teach. But based on what I read in the chat, it sounds like you agree that Esau was black.
Yes, I do. The question I'd have to ask the Hebrew Israelites is one thing: which one of his parents was white? That's the only question I'd have to ask you. In order for you to have a child that is white, even half white or anything, one of the parents have to be white. And if everything around them was black, how was Esau white? And if Esau would have came out white, then Esau would have came out as a leper. So how was that possible? So I'm to me, it's just like we want to try to take the word and make the white man the devil. But if we truly understand what the word tells us, is not your skin color that's your enemy, is the spirit of the man. that's your enemy. And most of the time, we want to hold on to a skin color, not understanding that most of the enemies of the children of Israel in the Old Testament were black. The Canaanites, black. The Hittites, black. The Amorites, black. So if we are going against our enemy, what is the enemy to Israel? It's a spirit. It's you serving another God and you worshiping a God that's not the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. That's our enemy. It's not a skin color. It's about a spirit. Isn't that what the Father told us? He says, you wrestle not against what? Flesh and blood, but about principles, you wrestle against principalities, spirits in high places. Because think about it. We've been under the Assyrian captivity. We've been under the Babylonian captivity. We've been under the Greek captivity. We've been under Roman captivity. 2 of them were black. 2 of them were white. So who's our enemy? And now in America, how does an Arab man and a Chinese man treat you? And neither one of them are considered black or white in American standards. But they're still the enemy to most black people. So I'm just wondering why it is that we're trying to go ahead and put our brother Esau, because he is the brother of Jacob and he is our brother also. So if Esau was white, then that means you can't hate a white man because now you're hating your brother. And so if we hating our brother, then we still breaking our covenant. So how are we going to return to the land? So it's time for us to wake up and just really stop and think. And go to the Spirit and ask the Spirit to reveal the truth to you about all things. Not just some things, but all things. Because we want to pick and choose what we want to pick and choose to hold on and to let go of. But if you're born again, that means everything that you knew up until the time that you died to being dead is nothing to you. Because everything, when you die to being dead and you become alive in life again, you become new. So how can I bring death into this new life that I have if I want to maintain my new life? So I have to let go. But we don't let go, because if we let go, then that challenges everything that we know, including what our mothers told us, what our fathers told us, what our sisters told us, what our grandma told us. And the Father said, if you can't forsake mother, father, sister, brother, even your own self, then how are you going to be worthy to come out of this captivity and go into the promise? You won't be worthy, because no unrighteousness can walk this way. So how are you going to bring your filth with you into this? It's just like the Hebrew Israelites. How is it that we come out of captivity and our captor, only thing that happened different with him, he just changed his color. You go from a white Jesus to a black Jesus, but hell is still a Jesus. You can't understand that part. It is still a Jesus. And that Jesus comes with a penalty. If you're going to wake up completely and stop playing the fool. The Father say, how long? How long will I suffer with you? Oh, backsliding daughter. How long? How long will I allow you to keep profaning my name in unrighteousness in your own way? How long? I've given you time to come out, but you choose to remain where you're at. So how long? That's the question we have to ask ourselves as Israel. How long will we play the fool and forget that those that bless Israel shall be blessed? How many white people blessed Israel in the time of our captivity when we were in the Underground Railroad. You think the Father forgot that labor of love toward his people? So his word will come back void? Just like he remembered his promise to us, he will remember that promise when he said, those that bless you, I will bless. And those that bless us were not of our nation, because hell, how many black folks owned a wagon back in that time? How many black folks had a house where they could turn a white man around at a door and he not just come through the door? So you see why we steady trying to say it's the white man and it's this man. Maybe we need to start looking at the spirit that's not only in that man, but the spirit that's in us also. So that's how I feel about Esau being black.
Well said. Once again, that was well said because you agree with me. That's not why. Okay, it's partially why. I think it's really cool that, hey, we found a topic that we agree on. Like, so far, everything you said, I don't even know what I disagree on. I love what you're saying, especially the heart of what you're saying, because it's not about skin color. And a lot of Hebrew Israelites, unfortunately, they don't think. They just follow. They follow what they've been told by chief priest Bumaclot, who's preaching racism and bigotry and division on the street corner. They're just following that. They're just running with that. And I get it. A lot of brews are angry because of what happened throughout history in this country. They're angry with themselves as well. They're angry at themselves, and they try to use the Bible to justify their hatred for other people. When that goes against the Torah, you made a great point, Elder Zakane. You said that Esau is our brother. Absolutely. 1000%, even though I don't know if that's possible. It is possible if you learn how to invest with my wife and I. Shameless plug. However, I agree with you in that Esau is our brother. And according to the Torah, which is the law, we are commanded to not hate the Edomite, for the Edomite is our brother. However, you look on the street corners, and what do you see? You see Israelites hating, quote unquote, Edomites. They don't even know who the Edomite is. They say the Edomite is, quote unquote, the Caucasian. When you ask me, the Edomite is mixed. You can find Edomites throughout a variety of nationalities. It's a deep study to partake in. However, I agree with you. We are commanded by the Most High Yah to not hate, to not abhor the Edomite, for the Edomite is our brother. We are also commanded by Yah to love Yah with all of our heart, all of our soul, all of our might, to love our neighbor as we love ourselves. We have to love our neighbor. And that word neighbor, it's not brother. It's not ach. It's re'ah, which means neighbor, the person who lives around you. And we have to remember, the Israelites always had other nations that clinged on to the nation of Israel. Israel did not just live by themselves as Israelites. They allowed other nations to live with them. When we look at the mixed multitude was a part of the nation of Israel. Israel always had Gentiles around them. So we have to love our neighbor, which is the Israelite and the non-Israelite, as we love ourselves. A lot of brews have a hard time loving their neighbor, loving the Caucasian person or another person of another ethnicity or nationality, because they do not love Yah and they don't love themselves. And a lot of brews don't even love their brother. We see a lot of black on black hatred within our own community. We see a lot of division in our own community. And a lot of that is over doctrine. And it's a shame that we have not learned how to agree to disagree with shalom, with respect, and with humility. A lot of brews just want to be right. A lot of brews just want to be famous. And it's unfortunate. However, we have to follow the word of Yah. We have to follow the Torah. We were commanded by the Torah to love our neighbor as we love ourselves. So I totally agree with you, Elder Byron. And I'm going to go ahead and pass it back to you. I want to ask you, so like, how did you find out that Esau was black? I'm curious on how you found out.
Well, when you read the birth of the brothers, when you read the birth of Isaac's sons, and they came from the same mother and the same father, how is it possible that it's going to be to where they're going to have a black and a white kid? Because that means Rachel would have to be white, because we know Isaac was a black man. So not Rachel, Rebecca would have to be white. So the question is she white? And if she's white, where did that whiteness come from? Because she would have stood out amongst all the people. And so that means, hold on, wasn't Isaac's wife kin to Sarah? And if she was kin to Sarah, that means Sarah would have had to been white also. And it doesn't make any sense, because you want to go against the word to prove what? At the end of the day, what is it going to prove? It's going to give people more ammunition to say, you see, look at when they read the Bible, they don't even believe the Bible that they say is a book for them. And so how does that make it look on Hebrew Israelites when we are contradicting the word that we say the God of Israel left for us for today? But we go against and we contradict everything that the word tells us, especially when it's right there evident. It's evident. If Jacob wasn't a black man and he was a white man, then how am I an Israelite? If Rachel wasn't a black woman, Rebecca wasn't a black woman, Sarah wasn't a black woman, if these women weren't black, then that means I'm not an Israelite either. Because our whole identity goes from that seed. It goes from who your father is and who your mother is. Because the seed follows the father, but the father not going to plant his seed as an Israelite in any kind of ground. And me being a black man from the South, you didn't find too many mixed couples, not in the South. So if you didn't find too many mixed couples in the South, and it wasn't because they were scared of law enforcement or anything else like that, it was because black folks didn't really want to mix with white folks. The same way white people felt about their seed is the same way black folks feel about their seed. So make it make sense as to where Esau is white. You see, me looking at him black and understanding that Jacob is black, okay, prove me wrong. Why should I have to prove that he was black? No, you prove to me that he was white and show me where he became white. Because if you can't show me that, then I'm going to go what's right there. What that right there in front of me is that Jacob was black, Isaac was black, Esau was black. That's how I see it.
Well said. Well said. Yeah, and I know you brought up earlier. You mentioned being a leper, or you mentioned leprosy. You were referring to Leviticus 13. That was a great point as well. You also mentioned Jacob and Esau's parents. And keep in mind, Jacob and Esau were brothers. So we also got to keep that in mind. And so, like, even if Esau was quote unquote Caucasian, genetically he would still be African or Africoid or black. Would you agree with that? Even if he was albino?
Yeah, yeah, because a black man can make an albino child, but a white man cannot make a black child.
Yeah, I've never seen that. That would be a first if that was the case. Now, somebody asked, what about Esau? Well, that's the title of today. We're talking about Esau. Esau was black, according to Elder Zakane Byron and myself. And you made great points, just bringing up the scriptures and also using common sense. But it's fascinating because common sense ain't so common, even within our community. We just quick to rush to conclusions, and we're quick to follow camp racist one West doctrine instead of really exploring what the scriptures have to say. And I'll go ahead and show some. Can I show something, Elder Byron?
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll pull up the screen right now. We'll go to Genesis 25. I don't know how much I'm going to show my hand because I was, given the opportunity for anybody to want to come on to see their position. So I'm kind of like withholding all my information, but I'll go ahead and share some of it right now. Now, let me share my screen. Let's go to Genesis 25:25. And elders, I can feel free to add edification whenever you like. I don't want to make this like it's just me, just a one-way teaching. I've already taught
Sir,
on this.
go ahead.
So.
I'm listening to you. You had already did a study on this, so I'm just sitting down listening.
For sure. And if you'd like to add anything, please be my guest, because you've already dropping gems already. So we'll go to Genesis 25:25, and the word of God says, and the first came out red all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. Now that's what it says in the English, but in the Hebrew it says, Wayetse ha reshon admoni kulo ka ad deret seor wa yik reu shemo Esau. Now we want to focus on that word red. It's right here. It's admoni. Admoni is red. And here's a cheat sheet, family. All you got to do is just highlight over the English word to get the Hebrew word, and we'll highlight over the word red, and it appears in the yellow Hebrew highlighter. Or you can do this. You can scroll down. On the left side is the English, KJV, and on the right side is the Hebrew. To me, it doesn't matter what version. To me, I prefer the Hebrew Bible, but I know a lot of brews like the KJV. But I mean, I probably say, if I had to make a choice, I'd probably say the ESV is my favorite, but I don't, that's just by default. But to me, I like looking at different versions of the Bible. I don't just look at the KJV 1611. I go outside of that. I hope we do that as well as Israelites. So it says, and the first came out red. It says red on the left. On the right, it says admoni. Let's click on that word, admoni.
Strong's H132. Admoni.
There it is, admoni. Right here, it's from Adam, from the root Adam. This is an adjective, admoni. Esau was admoni. It says red, ruddy of Esau as infant, admoni, reddish of the hair or of the slicker, reddish of the hair or the complexion, red, ruddy. BDB says red, ruddy of Esau as newborn babe. That's the verse we just read. Also in the Gesenius, red-haired, use of Esau, blase. Also like to show this too as well, Elder Byron, because if Esau was quote unquote red as in white, if he is red as in white, if Esau is red as in white, so would King David. If Esau was white, so is King David. Why do I say that? Because it says in 1 Samuel 16:12, and he sent and brought him in. Now he was ruddy and withal of a beautiful countenance and goodly to look to. And Yahweh said, arise, anoint him, for this is he. This is speaking about King. This is speaking about David being anointed. This is David anointed. Let's go ahead. We'll click on it. We'll get some context. I'll just show you guys. David anointed. That's the context. That's the context. Dr. Umar Johnson, repeat myself three times. That's the context. David anointed, and he sent and brought him in. Now he was ruddy. This is referring to King David. It uses that word ruddy. It doesn't say red. It says ruddy. Well, what's it say in Hebrew? Let's go to tools. It says Yishlach. Y-V-A-Hu, Wehu, Admoni. There go that word again. Admoni, 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 which means red, ruddy. So what's my point? If Esau was white, if Esau was red as in white, so was King David, because King David was also Admoni. And we got another reference as well. Let's go back. This is the word Admoni. I'll scroll up to the top. Admoni. We're checking out the concordance results showing using the KJV. Genesis 25:25. This is referring to Esau. This is referring to Esau. And the first came out red. Admoni, all over like a hairy garment. And they called his name Esau. 1 Samuel 16:12. And he sent and brought him in. Now he referring to David. He is David. Now David was ruddy, Admoni, and David was Admoni, and withal of a beautiful countenance and goodly to look to. And Yahweh said, arise, anoint him, for this is he. Also, we got another witness. 1 Samuel 17:42. And when the Philistine looked about and saw David, he disdained him, for he was but a youth and ruddy and of a fair countenance. That word ruddy is H132. We'll go ahead and check our language. Vayavetz hapelishti vayir'e et David veyiv zehu ki haya na'ar ve'admoni red, ruddy, Admoni. This is David. David is Admoni. The Philistine. This is referring to Goliath. Goliath is the Philistine. This is the context of David kills Goliath. We'll scroll down to that verse again, 1742. And when Goliath looked about and saw David, he disdained him, for he was but a youth and ruddy and of a fair countenance. So why I'm showing this is to make this point, and there's other points to make. I'm just showing this. This is just a surface level point. If Esau was white because he was red, so was King David. If Esau was white, then King David was white. And check it. Brews on the street corner, they'll tell you that David was black. They will tell you that David was black, but they'll say Esau was white. How can Esau be white and David black? I repeat, how can Esau be red as in white, but King David is red as in black? What you say about that, Elder Byron?
I agree with you 100% on that. It ain't no way you're going to say one of them is white, but then now when it comes to King David, he's black. If the word means it right here, then the word should mean it over there also. If the description is that over here, then the description is that over there. It's the same description. And so we all know that King David was a black man. Also, Jaden, go to Genesis 25 and verse 27.
You got it, King. Let's go. I can just go back to get it. Here we go. I got it. I'll go ahead and read it. Hallelujah. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents.
Okay. Me being from Louisiana, if a man is in the field, that man is usually dark skinned because that man's skin is getting burnt by the sun. So that means if Esau was a man of the field, that means Esau had to have melanin because our ancestors came into slavery over here. Well, my ancestors came into slavery in Louisiana because of the melanin in their skin, and they could take the heat and the climate of the land. But how can a white man take the heat and the climate of the land and dwell in the field? Because Jacob was dwelling in the tent, so that means Jacob would have been the one that was brighter than Esau. Esau would have been darker than Jacob. Because if a man stays in the house and he don't go outside and get in the sun, then he starts to get brighter. But if he goes out in the sun every day, he gets darker. And so that's why I was looking at it, I'm like, hold on. Something just don't seem right about this right here. We got something flipped. We telling the man that's in the field, he the bright one, and the man that's in the tent, he the dark one. That's all I got to say. Just make it make sense to me.
One more time. One more again. One more again. Sound the alarm. Sound the alarm. Where my alarm at? Here my shofar. I don't hear that point brought up much. That was a great point, Elder Zakane. That was a great point. And the boys grew. And in the Hebrew highlighter, camps, listen up. Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field. He had to have melanin. He's being kissed by the sun, for he's out in the field. That's some hard work. You out there in the sun. While Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents. Wow. That is a great point right here. You got a shout out right here from Dana Black. Great point.
Jaden, is just from experience. Me being from South Louisiana, in the summertime, I turn about 5 shades darker. In the wintertime, I get back bright again because we're not out in the sun as much. And so the sun isn't in our skin. And so everything that when you look at the word, the Father tells us, I put it in the word so that no one can come and tell you something else, so that you'll know that it came from me because it was preordained before it happened. If we're going to read the words through the Spirit so that you can get understanding and knowledge from what you're reading so that the fear of the Lord can dwell in you. But we just want to read the word just so we can debate. The same reason we fast. We fast for debate and for strife. We don't fast to break the yoke and the bondage that we're in. We don't fast to relieve one another. We don't fast to comfort one another. We don't fast to give one another a word of encouragement. We fast to debate, to argue. I think it's you that says it. It's time out from us being separated, and it is time in for us being together. When the children of Israel were in slavery, and the mother and the father got sold off, who was it that took care of those children? Wasn't it everybody else that was left within that community? Wasn't it the first cousins and the second cousins making sure that which their auntie and uncle had left still carried the name and still was okay? We forgot what it meant to be Israel because we too busy trying to be an American. We forgot what it meant to be Israel because we too busy trying to serve another God that's not the God of Israel. When I first woke up, this is how I woke up. I was teaching Bible study. And in the midst of teaching Bible study, I came across, I was on Hosea. When my people, or is that Second Chronicles, when my people that are called by my hand, by my name, and I stopped right there for a moment, and something stood out to me. My name. So from that point on, I started seeking his name so that I could be that people that's called by that name. We don't seek his spirit because we think we already know who it is. But if he tells you to seek his face, then you're seeking his name because his name is his spirit and his spirit is his face. If you don't seek wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, then what you gonna have? Nothing. It's just like this right here. How is it that you can't see something so simple, but then you're going to go ahead and profess to say that you understand something so deep? And with that, Jaden, I'm going to be quiet again.
That was beautiful. I like that we're a tag team tonight. I feel like we're like, do you watch wrestling? Did you used to watch wrestling back in the day?
Yes, sir. I was a Junkyard Dog fan.
Wow, the
Junkyard,
legend, Hall of Famer.
Junkyard Dog and the Great
Wow.
Kabuki. So yeah. Dusty Rhodes. I grew up with Mid-South Wrestling.
The American Dream, Dusty Rhodes.
Yes, sir.
Man, Dusty Rhodes has so much soul. Man, sometimes I thought he was black. He had so much soul. Rest in peace, Dusty Rhodes. But yes, we are a tag team tonight. I feel like we're like the outsiders. We're like Kevin Hall. We're like Kevin Nash and Scott Hall or something. Because you know what? You're making some great points, and I'm glad that I can add something here or there. But I'm actually withholding a lot because I was seeing if anybody's going to jump on the panel. I know tonight we've had on more people in the chat than usual. I'm looking at the count, and usually we've had more of a crowd tonight than before because of this topic. Now, I'd like to address something real quick, Elder Byron. Somebody said modern Hebrew, Yiddish. What about the Greek? Dana Black, respectfully, the Hebrew that you see on screen, don't believe the hype. Don't believe the camps. Don't believe the camps. Dr. Umar Johnson, repeat myself 3 times. Don't believe the camps. This is not Yiddish. This is not modern Hebrew. You know what type of Hebrew this is? It's biblical Hebrew. This is biblical Hebrew. And on the left side, it says the Masoretic text. The Masoretic text. The Masoretic text existed before the Jewish community converted to Judaism. The Masoretic text was around before the conversion of the Jewish community. And I say this out of respect, and they know this. The Masoretic text existed before Yiddish. This is Hebrew. This is Hebrew, fam. This is your language. This is not Yiddish. The camps, they teach this is Yiddish. No, it's biblical Hebrew. This is Afro-Asiatic. This is African. This is our language. And if you don't want it, hey, you don't have to have it. But I'm just saying, if you want to be limited to English and 1611 King James, then go ahead and read 1611 King James. But if you want to go deeper and see what the Hebrew is actually saying, then you're going to get additional information that you won't get from English. Hebrew is the original. English is the knockoff. Hebrew is Lil Richie. English is Elvis. Respectfully. So this is not Yiddish. This is not modern Hebrew. This is biblical Hebrew. Modern Hebrew is not biblical Hebrew. Let's not conflate the two. But yeah, I just wanted to make that point. And also this word admoni, I'm going to get another definition of admoni. And as I do that, Elder Byron, I'm going to go ahead and pass the rock back to you. I'm going to go ahead and tag you in. Here we go. Tag you back in.
Thank you there, Brother Jayden. In the comments I was reading, someone said something about Esau having straight hair and Jacob woolly hair. If you look at Genesis 25 and 25, the first came out red all over, like a hairy garment. A hairy garment is what type of hair texture? Would that be woolly? Because you said that Jacob's hair was straight. Where in the Bible does it say that Jacob's hair was straight? So to me, a hairy garment is almost like a sheep's wool. That was one. And then the next one was, what about the blessings of Isaac gave to Esau? He would rule with the sword and live in the fat of the land. Is that the black nations now? Got a question. Who is opposite of Israel? Who feel that the inheritance today is theirs and not Israel's? Isn't that Islam? Islam is the Esau and Jacob is Israel. Islam is that brother to Israel. So when you said that blessings of Isaac that he gave to Esau, don't they have the royal princes of the Arabic nations, the Saudi crown princes? And don't they live off the fat of the land? Isn't their wealth oil? And at one time, weren't they a black people? But through mixing and everything else, they have become what? And who did Esau mix himself with? So Islam, that blessing that went to Esau, the Arabic nations, the oil that they have. And then the other part of it is, just like with Ishmael, because Ishmael and Esau intermarried because Esau wanted to get back at Jacob and Rebekah. So he intermarried with with Ishmael. So, and we all know that Muhammad was a what? Was an Ishmaelite. So all that is the same family. The blessings and all that the Arabs have and Islam have, that is all from Ishmael and Esau. Those promises that was given to them. But we have to remember, the covenant was given to Israel. And Islam has always tried to take that covenant from Israel. They have always tried to be the people that is chosen. All the way back to when you go to Abraham, the Chaldean, because he came out of what? The land of the Chaldeans. Daniel, who was the biggest enemy to the children of Judah in the land? Wasn't it the Chaldeans, the priests? How many times did they accuse the children of Israel? How many times? So Ishmael is those Chaldeans. Esau is those Chaldeans that have always been there in the background. And that's it, brother.
That was powerful. I'm glad that you addressed both those questions. I'm going to go ahead and show a snippet from my video that I did on was Esau white, because I go into it in depth. So I'm going to go ahead and click it. I'm going to hide the screen and pull it up. I'm going to show I'm going to show another definition of the word Admoni. I can get it in my folder, or I can just play the snippet. I'm gonna go ahead and play a snippet. I think it'd be cool because then we can watch it. So hopefully you don't hear any background noise, Elder Byron, but I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up. I'm queuing it up on screen in the back room, so they don't see it yet, but I'm gonna show on screen another definition of Admoni. So I'm gonna go ahead and share on screen. This is the word we're gonna go deeper on. Admoni. And the first came out red. Admoni. This is the word right here. Admoni, red. I'll go ahead and hopefully you guys can see that. Yes, red. Red on the right side, it says red. Admoni is the word. Now, let me go ahead and get it off screen. But yeah, go ahead, Elder Byron. Go ahead. You can go ahead and I'm gonna pass it back to you. I'm queuing up the video in the back, so I'll pass it right back to you.
All righty. They had a question in the chat. What about Japhet? Does Japhet have a story or play a role? Japhet. He who was going to was going to come and inhabit the tents of Shem. To me, the third part of the synagogue of Satan is those that call themselves Jews, those that call themselves Judah. Well, they call themselves Jews but aren't Jews. The synagogue of Satan. Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. All three of them claim to be one thing. Abrahamic faiths. All three of them. If you look at that statue in Daniel chapter 2, you have Islam. It starts off with Babylon and Assyria, the Arabic nations. Then it goes to Greece and Rome, the Western nations. Then it goes to iron mixed with clay. That iron that mixed with clay is Judaism, because Rome mixed itself with Judah. Because who's the clay? Isn't Israel the clay? Because our God is the potter and we are the clay. But then now you got mired clay. All those that have mixed themselves up with Israel, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. But it can't hold and it can't stand because they're not the true clay. And so while everybody is looking for this new world order, we as Israel should already understand the new world order is us. Because at the end of Daniel's vision, Israel was that stone that was cut out that hits the statue at the feet and breaks and destroys it. Because we're waking up and our words shall be that which shall destroy the statue. So when you say Japheth, to me, Japheth is those Jews that are in the land today, and those Jews that say that they are, but they aren't. But you see, now I have a question for you, Jaden. But when the world find out who the true children of Israel is, will they still have that same love for Israel that they have for the ones that's not Israel today? Because you see, they done set the laws up to where the true children of Israel are going to be blessed. So are they going to still keep that same energy when they find out Israel is black and is not white? So what do you think?
I'm going to say my favorite answer. I think you know what I'm about to say.
You don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. That one I want to leave alone. You know me. I got love for all communities. I got love for the Jewish community. I do. I love everybody. At least I try to, allegedly. Fam, So Elder Byron, I want to get deeper on this word Adamoni, which means red, because it says in Genesis 25, Genesis 25, and the first came out red all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And this word red is Adamoni. Adamoni. On the right side, it says red. It also means ruddy as well. But I'm going to get another I'm going to show another lexicon. But before I do, I like to address real quick this statement. Somebody said the Masoretic Hebrew is recent. No, the Masoretic Hebrew, the vowel points with the vowel points, because you said the Masoretic is recent with vowel points. The earliest recording of the vowel points, the nekudot, I'm gonna go ahead and show on screen. That way I'm not talking over nobody. These little dots that you see, these are called nekudot or vowel points. These little vowel points that you see near the Hebrew letters, this was first recorded about the 6th to 7th century AD. About the 6th to 7th century AD. I repeat, the 6th, and the 7th AD. So yes, this did come in after, but this is not recent. This is not recent. No, modern Hebrew is recent. This is not biblical. This is biblical Hebrew that you see on screen. This is Masoretic Hebrew. Please do not conflate Masoretic Hebrew with biblical Hebrew. And I'm going to show, hopefully I don't forget, but I'm going to show a video where you can watch and you can see my research where I prove that the biblical Hebrew that you see on screen with the vowel points, the Masoretic Hebrew with the vowel points, this was recorded. This was pinned down about the 6th and the 7th century AD. Yes, that's after. That's about 600 years after the time of Yahusha HaMashiach. Yes, but it's not recent. It's not recent as in within this century or last century or even a few centuries ago. So I just wanted to make that clear. And this is not to be confused with modern Hebrew. Biblical Hebrew that you see on screen, the biblical Hebrew is not modern Hebrew. That's what they want you to believe. When I say they, I'm talking about the camps. The camps want you to believe that because they don't know the difference, because they haven't done the research. But at this time, Elder Byron, and feel free to add to what I'm about to share. We are going to get into the word Admoni. We're going to go deeper because we're not going to just settle with Blue Letter Bible and what they're giving us. We're going to go to another lexicon. It says, and the first came out red all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. The word red is Admoni. Admoni. We can scroll down and get it right here. Red, Admoni. Right here, family. Now, at this time, let's get another definition for red. It's going to give us a better idea. Now, let's go to the video and show this snippet. See, where do I have the video? Oh, it's right. Is it right here? Yeah, here it goes. Okay. You ready, Elder Byron?
Go ahead, brother. Anytime it comes to teaching the language, that's on you. I'll just listen.
Oh, I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. All glory to Yah. All right, let's go, fam. Let's get another definition for this word Admoni. Esau was Admoni. He was red. Let's. All glory to Yah. And the first came out red all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. Now, let's get more clarity on that word Admoni. 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 Reddish. Sheepskin. the leather side of which has been dyed a brownish red. A brownish red? Esau at his birth. Genesis 25:25. David, skin or hair with a question mark. 1 Samuel 16:12 and 17:42. Admoni, the leather side of which has been dyed of a brownish red. Sheep skin. What does that look like? This is what it looked like, family. Some leather makers, popular with tourists, still use ancient methods. Sheep's leather. As we see, family. And here is a third source. Sheep skin leather. That is what Admoni looks like. Ruddy, explain. All glory to Yah. All praises, all glory, all kavod to Yah. You got it, Elder Byron.
That was a good breakdown there, brother. That was a real good breakdown.
I appreciate that. Now I'm going to ask everybody listening online. This is Admoni. This is reddish brown. Question to everybody. Is this white? Is this color white? Is this white? Is it pink? Is it whitish? Is it reddish white? Or is it reddish brown? This is Admoni. This is Admoni. This is Admoni. It's mahogany. Right here, fam. Reddish brown. This is reddish brown. And this says, I actually have to play the video again. I can't see this. I might need some glasses, fam. I may be in the now. I actually might need some glasses. I actually can't read this. But right here, this is Admoni. This is Admoni. This is reddish brown. This is reddish brown. What is sheep leather? This is reddish brown. And going back to the lexicon, it says Admoni. 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 Reddish, sheep's skin of leather side of which has been dyed a brownish red. Esau at his birth. Genesis 25:25. David, skin or hair? Question mark. 1 Samuel 16:12, 17:42, which we went over already. Sheepskin, the leather side in which has been dyed a brownish red. And right here, we see it right here. Brownish red. Sheep's leather.
Don't forget tomorrow to make my doctor's appointment.
Sheep's leather, family. Sheep's leather. Sheep's leather, as we read in the lexicon. It says, what is sheep's leather? Dyed a reddish brown. Sheep's skin, the leather side of which has been dyed a brownish red. Esau at his birth. Genesis 25:25. David, skin or hair? 1 Samuel 16:12, 17:42. So Esau and King David was around this color. Was around this color. Was around this color. This is the ballpark. This is the ballpark of Admoni, of reddish brown. All glory to Yah. Yes. So I just wanted to show that lexicon, by the way, if you're interested, you can get this lexicon, family, on my Patreon. Let me go ahead and put it back on screen. If you are interested and you want to go deeper in your studies, you can get this lexicon on my Patreon. This is the Halot, the Hebrew and Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament. I repeat, the Hebrew and Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament. Halot. It's an acronym, Halot. Hebrew and Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament. You can get this on my Patreon. All right, Elder, I'm going to pass it back to you.
All right, there, Brother Jaden. That was some good information you just gave us, brother. All right, you want to go ahead and try to handle some of these questions in the chat?
Yeah, hopefully they're on topics I can, because we've had some questions. We were actually pretty kind. It's your birthday. I imagine you're feeling really good right now because you're on fire, you're dropping gems, and you're answering questions that are off topic as well. So, I don't like to go off topic, but hopefully these are on topic. But what question would you like me to take a swing at?
Anyone that you want to, and I always feel the Spirit gonna bring it to where the Spirit wants to bring it, because somebody might be listening in on your page and they might have a question, and when you answer that question, now tomorrow they're gonna come back to see what you're talking about again, because the pages you go to nowadays, they talk about the same things over and over and over again, and we as Israel, we're not getting anywhere. It's like we're stuck in the mud and we can't get past first gear. So it's good that you bring in something new and you're allowing people to ask questions, because how many channels you go to, they don't allow you to ask any questions because they scared of the answers. At least with you'll look at it, you'll look at the question and say, hold on, I don't know the answer to that one. That's above my pay grade. And that right there is humility at the finest. I might not know the answer right now, but trust me, I'm going to look at what you ask me so I can start doing my research. So next time you ask me, I can know a little bit more than I know today. Slow to speak, quick to listen, and even slower to respond. So when you say that, that's what I think about. So whatever question you want to go ahead and take care of it.
Okay, let's see. I'm looking. Sorry if I look like I'm squinting and struggling. It's because I am. I may need some glasses. I'm still holding on. Yeah, they seem off topic. They seem like an airplane ride because we're talking about Esau. Well, which one do you see that's interesting, Elder Byron? I ask you, Elder, because to me they seem like they're like not on. We're talking about Esau here, and we're getting all over the place.
Right. They all kind of off topic, but just like with the question, the Arab, well, it ain't a question, but it was a statement. The Arab and the white man have been working together against black people from the beginning of time. Well, in the Bible, it does tell us that the sellers of men were going to be the Arabs and the Greeks. So it shouldn't surprise you that the Arabs and the Greeks turned into the Romans turned into the United Kingdom. So it shouldn't surprise you that the United Kingdom and the Arabs have been the sellers of men, especially if the Bible tells you that. So there you go. And then on the United Kingdom, when you start to look at Babylon, ask yourself one question. The land where we were sold into, who owned that land? And who bought us there? And if it's called the United Kingdoms, they're united under who and what God? When King Charles had his coronation, part of the coronation was that he was King of Kings and Lords of Lords. In one hand, he had a spear with an eagle on top. And I think in Hosea 8, it says that the eagle is over the house of the Lord. So who's truly Babylon? And then who's truly Assyria? Because it is said with this right here, the Chaldeans wasn't known until the Assyrians found them. King Nebuchadnezzar and King Cyrus were king of Babylon and king of Chaldea. The 10 kingdoms of Israel got sold into what country? The Assyrians. So when the Father says, come out of Egypt and come out of Assyria, who is Egypt today and who is Assyria today? Because if I look at the Vatican, that what they have right there in the front of the Vatican, right there in the middle of the wheel with the wall, the St. Peter's Cathedral behind it, they have an Egyptian obelisk. But on that top of that Egyptian obelisk is a Babylonian cross. Isn't it in Jeremiah where it was wrote in Jeremiah that the king of Babylon will come and place his royal pavilion over Pharaoh, over the land of Egypt. And when he does this, he's going to burn the gods of Egypt and take over their power. So who sits on the top of Egypt in the Vatican? Isn't it the cross? Isn't it Christianity? And who sits in the land of Assyria today? Isn't it Arabs? And isn't it Islam? So there go your question. You're right. The Arabs and the white man. Do you have anything you want to add to it, Brother Jaden?
No, I see you working, Elder, and you're connecting the dots. You're connecting the scriptures with comparing the ancient kingdoms and also looking into nations that rule today. I see how you're connecting the dots with scriptures, from the past and connecting it to the present. And no, that was great. I'm not going to add anything to that. I will. Let's see. Okay, this person said Esau was removed from sunlight. Elder Byron, you already answered that. Clearly, this person is not familiar with Genesis 25:20. Let's go ahead and go back, because you brought this up, Elder. And right here, you got a witness right here. Like, this is from Dana Black, Elder on fire. That's right. You cooking. And right here, it says, and Esau was a cunning hunter. But then this person said this right here. Esau was removed from sunlight. How was he removed from sunlight and he was a cunning hunter, a man of the field? I don't know what you do with that. Now, okay, so Genesis 2:7, Dana Black, I like your energy. I appreciate your energy, fam. So I'll go ahead and address this. Let's go to Genesis 2:7. You mentioned Ruddy, strong concordance. Let's get into it. And if you want to answer this, Elder Byron, you can go ahead and have that. I'm gonna give that one to you. I'm gonna delegate that to you. But I'll go ahead and address Genesis 2:7.
If I want to answer which one, who is the biblical white man and who is the Arab?
Yes. Go ahead and address that one after I address their question on 2:7. It's kind of on topic because it has to do with red. So since we're on the topic of red, I'll go ahead and touch on it. It's within the ballpark. So it says, and Yahweh Elohim formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Now, I think they're referring to, he said Ruddy. It says Ruddy concordance. Let me see where they said that. Genesis 2:7 strong concordance. Okay, well, let's get into it. Let's go to Genesis 2:7. Let's go into the Hebrew first. Vayitzer Yahweh Elohim es ha'adam afar min ha'adama vayipach apal nishmat chaim vayhi ha'adam lenefesh chaya. So it says, and he formed, or he squeezed, and he forms Yahweh Elohim, man, the man. Man, this is speaking about the man. This is speaking about the creation of man and woman. And the word right here, Adam, let's get into it. Adam, which means outline a bit. Well, let's go to Strong's definition as they requested from H119, Ruddy, i.e. a human being, an individual or the species, mankind, etc. Another, hypocrite, common sort, low, man, mean, or low degree person. Brown Jobber Briggs says man, mankind. Now, Strong's is cool, but the Strong's is dated. The Strong's is Michael Jordan right now. I repeat, the Strong's is Michael Jordan right now. If Strong's played in the NBA, it might score a bucket, but that's probably what's going to give you. It's probably going to just give you one bucket, and that's probably it. It's past its prime. The Strong's is past its prime, just like the King James. So I don't just rely on the Strong's. I think the Strong's is a good place to start, but it's not a good place to finish. So keep in mind, Dana Black, to use a variety of lexicons. Don't just use the Strong's. Start with the Strong's, but don't end with the Strong's. Use it as part of your studies. So it says, i.e. from Ruddy, but technically, let's go back. Adam means man, mankind, Brown Jobber Briggs, man or mankind. Also outline of biblical usage, man, mankind, man, human being, man, mankind. Much more frequently intended since in Old Testament, Adam, first man, city in Jordan Valley. So this is speaking about man, Adam. Now the word Adam, it comes from the root word Adam, because Adam is a noun, it's a masculine noun, but it comes from the root word Adam, which means has to do with red. It has to do with something with red. So let's go and get it. To be red, cow, ruddy, of Nazarites. To be rubbed, red, dyed red, redden. To cause to show red, to glare, to emit, show redness, to redden, to glow red, to look red. Here's the Strong's once again, i.e. flesh or turn rosy. B, dyed, made, red, ruddy. To show blood in the face. Brown Jobber Briggs lexicon, be red. Be red. So like I said, the Strong's is a good place to start, but you don't want to end your studies there. You want to go deeper. The Strong's is Michael Jordan today. Shout out to Michael Jordan. I don't know, is it just me? But every time I see him on the bench, his eyes are Admoni. They're Adam. They're red. No, they're not Admoni. They're Adam. They're red. So it has to do with red. Adam is the noun, is referring to man or mankind in this verse. And it comes from the root word Adam, which means to be red, to be red. So hopefully that answers your question. Now I will go ahead and give my insight on Adam. Now it says Adam is the noun, which means man or mankind. It comes from the verb Adam, which means to be red. But keep in mind, Adam, meaning man. I'm going to give you something right here. This is a little esoteric, but I'm going to give you something. This is deep right here. So the word Adam, let's go to it. Let's go to Adam. The second part of the word dam, or the second part of the word Adam is dam, which means blood. This means blood. Dam means blood. So Adam, it has something to do with blood. What's the color of blood? Red. So it has to do with blood. And also here's an esoteric meaning as well to Adam, which means man. The first letter is Aleph, which is symbolic for God or power. And the second part is Dam, which means blood. Put it together. God, blood. Aleph, God, Dam, blood. God with blood. God with blood. Power with blood. And remember, we were created in the image and likeness of Elohim, male and female, both man and woman were created in the image and likeness of Elohim. Since we are created in the image and likeness of Elohim, we are Adam, mankind, which is God with blood, God with flesh. We are like gods, lowercase g, figuratively speaking. And this word Dam, it also has to do with the meaning of to resemble, to resemble, to resemble. Since we are created in the image and likeness of Elohim, we are to resemble the Most High. We are to emulate the Most High because we emulate, we resemble the Most High through likeness and through image. We are gods in the flesh. I say that respectfully. So this word Adam, it's man with blood, man, God or power with blood. But we are like no other creature. We are created in the image and likeness of Elohim, male and female. So the word Adam, which means man, it has blood in it. It has red in it. And check it. Even if you want to attach skin color to it, if you want, you can. But to me, I don't do that. But if you want to do that, I'm going to show you what some people believe to be the color of the first humans. Now, I don't believe this position, but if you're familiar with the Khoisan people who live in South Africa, in that region, the Khoisan people, they are reddish brown. They are red. They are red. So I'm going to go ahead and show an image of the Khoisan and check it. The Khoisan have the whitest DNA. They have the oldest and the whitest DNA. That's right, the Khoisan people. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it back to you, Elder Byron. But before I do that, I don't believe definitively that Adam was the same color as the Khoisan people of South Africa. But if you believe that, you have your right to arrive to that conclusion. But to me, I don't know for certain. I'll say that. But if I was going to take a guess at it, I'll say that the first people came before Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve were not the first people. Adam was not the first man. They were male and female before Adam. Now, Elder Byron, we might disagree here, but that's okay because you're my elder and it's your birthday tonight, and you're on fire. So even if we disagree, there's no rebuttal on me at all. But I believe that Adam was not the first man. There was mankind that existed before him. But with that said, I believe the first humans are from Africa. All people come from Africa. All people come from the African. We all come from Africa. It's debated where in Africa. Some say near Ethiopia or Kush. Some say near the Great Lakes region. Some say even South Africa. I don't know for certain. Some also say near Mozambique, Zimbabwe, near that area as well. I brought that out in a National Geographic article. But what I would say is that they were deeply, deeply, deeply melanated. I would say that the first humans were deeply melanated, mocha. But if you want to believe that Adam and Eve were mocha or mahogany, either way you slice it, they were black, they were melanated, they were African. I know I said a lot, but Elder Byron, you got it, King. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up a picture of the Khoisan. The Khoisan people are reddish brown. They have the oldest and the whitest DNA. You got it, Elder Byron.
Well, that was another interesting discussion there, brother. But to me, I'm not sure as to how dark or how light Adam was, but I know Adam was a black man. And also, to me, I do believe that Adam was the first created, but I don't believe he was the only man created. It says he was the first created. It didn't say he was the only created. It just said he was the first created. So I think he was the first created. And then after that, the Father created other men and women to populate the world, because who did the sons of Adam marry? They had to have other people because it's a sin for a man and an animal to come together. That's why he created Eve for Adam. So undoubtedly, he had to create someone for the sons and the daughters of Adam so that they could be fruitful and multiply. So what you think, brother?
Like I said, it's your birthday, Elder Byron. The Most High has blessed you to see 57 years. All glory to our great King. I have no rebuttal for you. I think we kind of somewhat agree. We kind of agree, but then see it differently, which is beautiful. So no, I have no rebuttal to that at all. I just want to go ahead and show a picture of the Khoisan. Now, I'm not saying the Khoisan people are Adam and Eve. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that some people believe that Adam and Eve, their skin color was like the Khoisan, because Adam, it means mankind, but it comes from the verb Adam, which means to be red. So we're talking about a reddish brown hue. We're talking about mahogany. So if you want to believe he's mahogany, you can. If you want to believe he's mocha, you can. I lean towards mocha, like deeply melanated, the richness of the black soil mocha. But check it. You have rich soil that's reddish brown as well. You have rich soil that's reddish brown as well. And you find that soil throughout the world. So I may even show an image of that as well. But yeah, let me go ahead and show an image of the Khoisan people right here. I'm not saying Adam and Eve are the Khoisan people. I'm saying that some people believe that Adam's color was like the Khoisan. And the Khoisan just, interestingly enough, their DNA is wide and it dates back. It's old DNA. So it's ancient, or it's old. It's so let's go back to Google right here. Some images of the Khoisan people. You can find them in South Africa, in Southern Africa. As you can see, their hue is a reddish brown. It's a reddish brown. But as we see, they're Africoid, they're African. They black, as we say colloquially speaking. Reddish brown. So I just wanted to show that. And let me go ahead and go off screen. So I'm gonna go red soil. Check out the red soil. So if you believe that Adam was created from the red soil, when it says actually the dust, it says the dust of the ground or the dust of the dirt or the soil. But if you want to believe that Adam was red like the red soil, well, this is what red soil looks like. This is red soil. Red soil. As we can see, it's reddish brown. It's reddish brown. It's around the same color as the Khoisan people. Reddish brown family. We'll go back. Khoisan. Red soil. Khoisan. See, it even says right here, the first humans. This is a YouTube video. Khoisan people of Southern Africa. Khoisan. Red soil. Khoisan. Red soil. All right. You got it, Elder.
You know, when you was talking about the dirt just now, in Mississippi, they have red clay dirt, and some of the people eat the dirt. So the exact same color that you just showed, that's that dirt in Mississippi. That red clay dirt.
Thank you for bringing that out. See, Elder, you're providing something that I can't provide. You got experience. You were speaking about the fields out in Louisiana, out in the South. You talk about Mississippi, the red soil. Personally, I've never seen red soil in my life. I'm from Cali. I'm from the West Coast, so I don't know where red soil is located out, and I don't know if there's any around here. You feel me? But it's great that you brought those insights, because we see a connection with the word red, which means Adam, which means to be red, Adam. And the word Adam means human. and it has the word red in it. And the word hue means color. And we know that red is a color. Hue man, color man, color man. So we put it together. Human, color man. And the word Adam, which means human, inside the word human is the word red, referring to blood, perhaps, referring to melanin, perhaps. And also the word Adam, it means God with blood, referring to us. We're like gods, lowercase g, respectfully. And we are to resemble Elohim because we are created in the image and likeness of Elohim. And I'm speaking about the word dam. The word dam refers to blood and also refers to resembling the Most High. Even though I don't believe the Most High has like form as a human, but I believe we resemble the Most High like spiritually. Spiritually, we are created with the characteristics of masculinity and femininity. All that comes from the Most High. And I got to say this. Hey, this right here, Elder Byron, this is our brother right here out in the motherland. He is in South Africa. South Africa, right? He's in South Africa. Shalom, shalom to Sion 111112. Sion 111112. That's my brother right there. Sion, I'm not sure when you came in, Aki, but we were just showing the motherland. We were showing red soil and also the Khoisan. The Khoisan are reddish brown. The Khoisan are reddish brown. The Khoisan are reddish brown. The Khoisan are mahogany. And you have people that believe that Adam's skin color was like the Khoisan's skin color. I'm not saying that. I'm not definitively saying anything. But either way, Adam, either mahogany, reddish brown, or mocha, dark, chocolate. Either way, Adam and Eve were melanated, they were African, they were black. Either way you cut it. So when we see the word red in the Bible, let's not automatically think Caucasian, because the word red in the Bible, as we went over, the word Admoni, it means reddish brown, like sheep's skin dyed, like leather dyed reddish brown. We went over that in the lexicon that I showed. So, that was for you, Sion. I just wanted to show a reference to the Khoisan because the Khoisan are reddish brown. Their DNA is the oldest and the most whitest. They have the whitest and like the oldest DNA. I'm paraphrasing, but basically that it's like to that, like their DNA, it's diverse, it's vast, and it's old. And here's some images of the Khoisan. So if you want to believe that Adam and Eve were red like the Khoisan, you have the right to believe so. All glory to Yah. And it's different shades of reddish brown, as we can see. As we can see right here, fam. As we see throughout the scriptures and we see throughout today, our people, we come in different shades. So I'm gonna leave it at that. But yeah, we'll go ahead and put the screen back on. Yeah, you got it, Elder Byron.
Jayden, you were right when you said we come from in all shades. My family, being Creole, we go from one shade of almost white to the next shade of almost dark. It varies in the family. So you can't look at somebody and say, well, that's not my child because he's dark skinned. I have a lot of brothers and sisters, and we are all different shades. Every last one of us. We are all different shades. But does that mean that's not my brother or that's not my sister? No, that doesn't mean that. That just means we just came out a different color. And that is Israel. Israel is different colors, just like Joseph's coat. A coat of many colors. We might, when we go home, don't you know they're going to have some people that you might look and say that they're white, but they're actually black, just like you. You fit in good with my family. You look just like one of my first cousins. And then we'll have some people that's in the family that's just as dark as a man that's in Africa today. So what am I supposed to tell my cousin that's just as dark as that African, or my cousin that's just as light as that white man? You're not Israel? How many black and bright Israelites do we have today? That's not Hispanic, that's not Puerto Rican, that's not Cuban, that is just American. I know some brothers, they get talked about because they talking about the white man. And so some people look at them and say, you look just like the white man. But he's still Israel. So we have to stop looking at color so much and start really looking at the spirit of the person. We have to start judging by the hearing of our ears and stop letting what our eyes see us show us as though that's the truth. Bob Marley summed it up. He said, until the color of a man's eyes is of no more significance than the color of a man's skin, there'll always be war. And what is most wars about today? About a color. You see, we done left from black and white. Now in America, it's red and blue. Republican versus Democrat. But the crazy part about the Republicans versus the Democrat, both sides say they're Christians. So isn't that the same thing that happened to our forefathers in slavery? They had black Christians and white Christians. It seems like nobody never looked at the elephant in the room. There was a question in the chat about Babylon and Assyria. No, about the white man and Assyria. The white man is that kingdom out of the north. That kingdom out of the north that placed us into captivity was Christianity. Who gave the kingdoms of the north, UK, France, Germany, well, not Germany, the United Kingdom, Spain, all these lands, who gave them the right to enslave us? Wasn't it the decree from the Pope? Wasn't it Christianity? When they divided the land of Africa into into Berlin foolishness, wasn't it Christian nations that was dividing amongst each other so that they could bring their Christian God into the land so that the land won't be full of heathen anymore? So the white man is Babylon, that's Christianity. So whenever you say you're part of Christianity, what you say you're part of? Whenever you say you are Arab and you're a Muslim, you're part of Assyria. You're part of Chaldea. So what you're part of? It goes right back to that one question again. Whether you are light brown or dark, the question is, are you Israel? So on that, brother, I'll go ahead and yield back to you.
That was beautiful. That was powerful. All glory to our great King. I got to show this edification right here. Sion 111112 is tapped in. He's tapped in for real, for real. He's in South Africa on the continent. It reads, Bob sang in a song that in him is known to be the prophet, I assume in reference to Halis being Hamite and also Solomon descendant. This is the verse. I actually want to highlight this right here. Bob Marley, he was quoting Haile Selassie, and Sion is referring to this right here, the powerful story behind Bob Marley's war. Haile Selassie's words turned to music. Did you know that Bob Marley's song War is based on a speech by Emperor Haile Selassie at the United Nations in 1963? The powerful anthem found in Rastaman Vibration album carries a message of equality, justice, and unity. Let me go ahead and share my screen. That way you guys can see that right here. This is what Brother Sion is referring to right here. Because you brought it up, Elder Byron. You brought up Bob Marley. Yeah, the powerful story behind Bob Marley's War. Haile Selassie's words turned to music. Did you know that Bob Marley's song War is based on a speech by Emperor Haile Selassie at the United Nations in 1963? This powerful anthem, found on the Rastaman Vibration album, carries a message of equality, justice, and unity. All glory to Yah. Thanks for bringing that out. Appreciate that. Also, we got a scripture request. Genesis 2:18. Let's get it. Genesis 2:18. And if you'd like to add anything to this, Elder Byron, you can. We had somebody that was going to challenge and then they went off. I don't know what happened to them. I guess they got tired or they got bamboozled by our information. But the screen says, Genesis 2:18, and Yahuwah Elohim said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helpmeet for him. Now, my interpretation of this verse, I don't like this phrase helpmeet is a weak translation. This is a weak translation. I repeat, this is a weak ass translation. The woman is much more than a helpmeet. She's much more than a helper. So I'm going to go ahead and use this as an opportunity to plug one of my videos. It's actually in the posts. You actually have to get it on Patreon because you got a lot of misogynistic Israelites that they want their woman way down here and they want to assert themselves way up here. It's really strange. It's really strange. We're actually imitating the oppressor when we do that. But we brought a lot of stuff in the awakening that should not be in the awakening. And one of them is misogyny. I get it. As men, we should be leaders. We should take the initiative. Absolutely. I'm not saying be a buster. I'm not saying that, but let's not be a bully. Let's have leadership qualities, but sometimes the woman can lead as well. Sometimes, we're not, sometimes like I'm the head of certain things. My wife's the head of certain things. Let's work together as a team. But I get it. As a man, you want to, protect the household and provide for the household. But let me go ahead and share this thumbnail. Almost got it. Let's see. It's actually farther back. Yeah, here it goes. Let me share this. Let me share my screen. Thank you, family, for being patient with me. Right here. This answers Genesis 2:18 right here. This is my answer to Genesis 2:18. Respectfully. Exclusive video. Helpmeet is a weak translation, more than a helpmeet. Click on Patreon link below. So if you desire to get a deep interpretation based on a variety of methodology, if you want my deep dive analysis on Genesis 2:18, go ahead and click on the Patreon to check out the video. The woman is more than a helpmeet. The King James got it wrong. That's a whack-ass translation, respectfully. I got to say shalom, shalom to my brother, Double T the Hebrew. That's our brother right there. Shalom, shalom. All right, Elder. I'm passing to you.
Shalom there, brother. Brother Double T. You need to come on up here and join us if you can, if Jaden has time.
I got about 20 minutes. I got about 20 more minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, because I like the turnout. I like the energy. So I extend it to about 20 more minutes. It's about like the 2:30 mark. We're like at 12 hours and 4 minutes within the live stream, but I can extend it. But yeah, this is my interpretation, Elder Byron, on Genesis 2:18. The woman is more than a helpmeet. Every time I hear that phrase, I shake my head in my mind. I'm just like, and it's not our fault. A lot of us, we just don't know better. We're just reading the King James and think it's right. So, I get it. But I think it's important we tap into our language because we learn so much more than what the King James is saying. But yes, that's my interpretation on that.
Yes, sir. Go. That's good. But yeah, we a lot of times, you know what, Jaden? I don't even have a comment from what you was talking about, brother. Like I say, some of the things that you talk about when I'm in the chat or I'm just listening, I don't join you because I can't add anything to it because I haven't studied on what you're talking about. I've looked at it, I've seen it, and I understand it. But for me to expound on it or say anything truly about what you're talking about, no, I can't.
And hey, that's all right. I mean, it's very few times that I can leave you without words. Elder Byron, you always have something to say to me. You always got something, but I appreciate it. I really do, because I actually enjoy having different perspectives. I think the world would be a really boring place if we all just thought exactly the same on exactly every single topic, every micro topic. We think exactly the same on everything. I think that's a little weird, but yeah, I mean, we should cherish our wives. We should appreciate our wives, and lift up our wives, and be there. But I just think, like, we have a Western perspective of the ancient texts. Like, we insert our Western modern mindset into an ancient African Near Eastern text, and I think that's the problem. I think we should look at it to our best ability in the minds of our ancestors. We have to put ourselves in that time machine. We have to go on that time machine and go all the way back and visualize us in those ancient times of the Bible. That way we understand it from how it meant then. That way we can apply it now. That way we're not taking things out of context. But yes. Double T says he'll join. If you want to join, I got about 20 minutes. You can, for sure. Appreciate that, Zion. There was another question as well. You said read verse 20? Okay, I'll read verse 20. And Adam gave names to all cattle and the fowl of the air and to every beast of the field. But for Adam, there was not found a helpmeet for him. Yeah, once again, this translation is interesting. Okay, yeah, let me go ahead and put the link back on screen. Join the link here.
Hey, Jay, you mind if I answer a question right quick?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Go ahead and read the question. That way, go ahead and read the question. I'll put it on screen.
It's from Ronald Thompson. From England, do you think the nations of Islam contributed to the awakening of black people, but do think they should leave that religion? Well, for me, this is what I feel right here about the Nation of Islam. Black people are scattered into two main religions, Islam and Christianity. The Western nations, where Judah is scattered into, is Christianity. That's the king of the north. That's Babylon. That is the one that has conquered all the nations and all the land. Christianity is how deep in the world. No matter if you're Catholic, if you're Baptist, if you're Protestant, you are still a Christian. And all Christianity evolved from the Holy Roman Church, from the Catholic Church, no matter what part of Christianity you're in. Islam. Islam is a part of the Holy Roman Empire also, because remember, Constantine had two royal lands. He had the Western land and the Eastern land. The Western land comprised of Christianity. The Eastern land or the Byzantine Empire, which is Turkey and all this today, those are your Islamic states and your Arabs. But at one time, they were both together. So for us as a people, the children of Israel, yeah, you need to come out of Islam. You need to come out of Christianity. Because as long as you're in Christianity and in Islam, then how can you be Israel? Because both of them put us in captivity and beat their gods into us, beat their language into us, and beat their name into us. So if you're going to come out of these religious systems and truly, 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 with all your heart, look at who your God is and know who he is. Because through finding him, that's where you'll find your wisdom, your understanding, and your knowledge. Someone asked in the chat, what is the name of my God? The name of my God is the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the God of Israel. Because when I say that right there, I'm giving respect to that God that led them out of all their afflictions. So I'm not going to give a homage to someone that I have never met, but I'm going to give homage to that which my ancestors knew, because the word tells me to ask your elders. Then he comes back and say, remember, my soul that's in me was in the land once before, because I was planted, I was plucked up out of the land and brought to this land right here. So who was my soul back in that land? Who am I a seed of? Because when they beat that name out of us, they beat that memory of who we are out of us. Some of us come from the lineage of Zerubbabel. Some of us come from the lineage of Jehozadak. Some of us come from the lineage of Isaiah. So the question is, who are you? Whose are you? And when you going to rise up to be that light of Israel that he called you to be? Because until we do that, then we just like the Egyptians and we just like the Assyrians. Because the Egyptians shall come into the Assyrian and the Assyrian shall come into the Egyptian, and both of them shall come into Israel. But you got to shed your Egyptian and your Assyrian ways in order to be Israel. And with that, brother, I'm a yield.
All glory, all praises, all kavod to our great king. On screen is our brother, Double T the Hebrew. How you doing, fam?
Shalom, King. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Hey, I'm blessed, man. How you doing?
I'm very good, very good. And Elder Byron, go ahead and tell him what today is.
Today is my birthday.
Hey, I one day younger.
Oh, you know what? I wake up every morning. I understand what the old people used to tell me. When my daddy would be getting up and we'd be getting ready to go to work and everything, because every Saturday I cut grass with him, he'd be
Yeah.
walking around and he'd be singing that song. Oh, boy, that song right there to become a melody to me. Oh, it's almost like your mind's telling your body to get up and your body say, hold on, let me catch up right quick.
Right.
So yes, brother, keep on living. And then one day you might be singing that song of the elders.
All
Oh,
praises.
And
Oh, in the eye.
yes.
All praises, all praises. Happy born day though, for sure.
Thank you, brother.
So what's the topic, King?
Yes, the topic is Esau. I'm putting it on screen. Here's the topic right here. Esau was black. Prove me wrong. Live debate. So, according to my research,
Yeah,
Esau was black,
me too.
and Elder Byron gave his position, and you agree as well, Double T. But if you'd like to go ahead and elaborate,
Yeah,
you can.
so a lot of people like to sit there like, well, Esau he mixed with the Horites and everything, right? So I did a lot of I did it. I mean, I did some research. This is probably like 3 or 4 years ago or something like that, man. Because it wasn't just sitting with me. It didn't seem like, especially when you read Deuteronomy chapter 2, and I think it's verse 12. And he said, I got it right here in front of me. This is what it says. He said, and the Horites formerly dwelt in Seir, but the descendants of Esau dispossessed them and destroyed them. They didn't say they mingle with them or mix with them, or you know what I mean. So a lot of brews like to take that and like, oh well, they cave dwellers and they mix with them and Esau the white man and et cetera, et cetera. Right? So then, can you still hear me? Oh man,
Yes,
I had let me see.
you're there. You're there, Double T. You're a little muffled though. You sound muffled in my microphone. I don't know if it's my microphone or what.
No, it's probably my Bluetooth headset.
Oh,
That's
okay.
probably that's probably what it is. So yeah, so I was doing the doing that, doing the research and come to find out, right, that the Horites is actually part of Ham. Yeah. Oh yeah. You can pull this up. Yeah, a quick Google search, you can pull this up. One of the brothers, right, on the sister's video was like, because she was talking about it, right, and he was like, well, show me that the Horites were descendants of Ham. So I had to go and go do a little quick Google search, and I pulled it up for the brother. A matter of fact, let me see if I can get that in my what I'm saying, in my notes real quick. Hold on.
If you want to share the screen, you can. You can share your screen. It's up to
I,
you, or you can just read it.
oh,
You can read it, however.
okay, yeah, it's on my phone, so I don't know how I do that.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, bring that out. That's fascinating.
Okay, look, hold on, let me see. Hold on, I hope I didn't delete it. Hold on, because I have screenshotted this.
Yeah,
I
right
sent
here.
it to the brother.
Ronald Thompson said, "Yeah, fuzzy sound on his mic." So I know you're on the Bluetooth, but if there's a way you can improve
Yeah,
it, that would be
Yeah,
super.
all right, let me switch it real quick. Hold on, I got you.
Okay.
Uh, can you hear me now?
Yeah. So, say something
Hold
again.
on. I thought I switched it. Hold on, let me
It's a
see. Let
little
me
better.
switch.
It's a little better.
Let me go. Can you hear me now?
That's a lot better. A lot
Is that
better.
better? All right, sweet. Okay.
Yes.
So I just pulled it up, right? So I did a little, like I said, a quick, Google search, and it was saying like the Horites, right? It was saying caveman, a race of, I don't know how to say this word, triathodites, whatever, who dwelt in the limestone caves, which abounded in Edom. It says their ancestor was Seir, probably giving his name to the district where he lived. They were a branch of the Hivites. Genesis 14 and 6. And they were dispossessed by the descendants of Esau. You can actually Google this. You know what I'm saying? Like if people would take their time and you know what I'm saying and just do a little quick research, they understand that the Horites were Hamites. So how I don't get this like Esau the white man thing. Like I really don't understand this. Like when you sit there and show them like the Horites, you know what I'm saying, right? Were Hamites. Like what can they say then? You know what I'm saying? Like
So for edification for the audience, because I want to make it crystal clear. You know, I like to teach at a third grade level. If I didn't, I
Right.
failed. So,
Nah, you good.
so the Horites, they come from Ham. They are descendants of Ham.
Yes. Yes.
And you said they
Yes.
are from what branch or what?
Was this what was it Hivites? Am I saying that right? Hivites?
Okay, okay, the Hivites. They're from the Hivites.
Genesis 14:6.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go there. Genesis 14:6, because yeah, this is on the topic. It's within the realm, because you got people that would use that since Esau got together with the Horites. Then
Right,
right?
right. And
So
you
it
can, like I
says,
said, you can Google this. You know what I'm saying? Like you can, it's so crazy. You can Google it and say like, who are, you know what I'm saying, the Horites, or it's a word that they use. It's a word that they use for them though, not Horites, but it's, I can spell it for you better than I can say it. Than I can say it, but it's like triathodites or something like that. But the Bible don't use that. You know what I'm saying? That word they use Horites. You know what I'm saying? Because of them dwelling in caves. But I had to do that, man. Y'all showed me this, man, like years ago. And then, like I said, and then when you look at one of them, you can pull it up. When you look at one of like the image of them, they look black. You know what I'm saying? They look black.
right here, is this the word, the one in the Hebrew
Yeah,
highlighter? Is this
yeah,
that crazy word?
okay. Try the dice. Is that what it is? Like it's start with a T.
Yeah, that's better
Yeah,
than I
yep,
can
there you
do.
go. Yeah, now put that in the Google. Now put that in the Google search. Watch what come up. Like, and go to the like, man, I'm trying to tell, man, look, there you go, right there. That's how do the Brews miss that? I don't understand it. Like y'all showed me this year because I saw that. I was like, hold on, let me type in that word, and I pulled up an image. You know what I'm saying, right? And it was like this, like black girl, black lady or black woman. You know what I'm saying, right? Like, half, dressed and all that. I was like, well, damn, you know what I'm saying? There go, horror right there, you know what I mean? And they insert that, you know what I'm saying? Because I guess it means cave dweller. So they insert that, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of people skip over that or miss that. And they just think, oh,
Wow.
yeah, they just think, oh, Esau or the Horites were white cave dwellers in the caves. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, they come from Ham. What are you talking about? Like, what? And the scripture says, that they dispossessed them, not that they mingle with them, dispossessed them. There's a difference. But I'm not sure if you knew that or not. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, I wanted to, go there.
Oh no, you cook it. I like it. I like that we passed the rock and we both just we all scoring points. Like
Right.
Elder Byron, put up 60 points tonight. He put up
Right.
63 like Michael
Right.
Jordan in the Boston Garden. He put up 63 on his birthday. No, he put up
Right.
57. He put up 57 because he made 57 today. All glory to God.
So
So
somebody
yeah.
said something. See, and that's another thing. So they love to go to Jasher. Can you show me any ancient manuscripts of Jasher? It's not part of the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's a medieval book. You know what I'm saying? Like people love to go to Jasher, but that's not the real Jasher. Come on, stop. Come on, stop with that, people. Come on,
Woo!
like
It's a
let's do some real
medieval book.
research. Like it's
You
yeah,
said a
it is. Look
medieval
it up.
book.
Yes, look
Woo!
it up. It's a medieval book written like in the like 1500s or something like that. I think it was when I did the research. So like, come on, yeah, well, like that's not the real Jasher. Right? They throwing y'all off, man, to let y'all know who you know what I'm saying, who the real people is. Like you like when you get to reading the word, like to like it's we know there's destruction coming, you know what I'm saying, to Edom, right? We know this, right? But where's Japhet at? You know what I'm saying, right? Where's Japhet? Like show me that. Like where's he at? You know, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people like to push this on Edom, but Japhet, you know what I'm saying, was here way before Edom was. Ashkenazi and all them was here, you know what I'm saying, before his grandson and all that was here before Edom was. Like, come on, like how can one person, you know what I'm saying, right, make this whole race of people that was already here before he even stepped on the scene? And he had black wives, you know what I mean? Like, make it make sense. Like it's dummy doctrine. Like it's crazy. It's crazy.
You're on fire. He's on fire. Yeah, I love it.
man,
Love it. Love it.
it's because it never set well with me. It didn't make sense. And then he telling in Deuteronomy, right, that he would send us to a nation that a tongue that we wouldn't know, a people that, you know what I'm saying, that we wasn't familiar with. Well, Esau spoke our language. He was our twin brother. Like, come on, make it make sense. Like, what? He didn't speak no different language. Like, come on, man.
And to your point, I have on screen, just for edification for the audience,
Mhm.
you brought up Deuteronomy 2:12 as well,
Yeah.
and it says, the Horims also dwelt in Seir
Hmm.
before time, but the children of Esau succeeded them
Hmm.
when they had destroyed them from before them and dwelt in their stead, as Israel did unto the land of his possession, which Jehovah gave unto them.
See? See what I'm saying? They destroyed them, not mixed with them. They destroyed them. Yah had Esau to destroy them. I guess our people just miss over that. I guess they miss over that. Like, it's clear as day. I don't
Yeah,
understand that.
I'll
Like,
go ahead and highlight it. I'll go ahead and Hebrew highlight it just for the bumper clots, just if they don't see it right there. When they had destroyed them.
right? Not when they had mixed with them and had babies by them and became them. Like, what?
Elder Byron, you got it. You got it, Elder Byron.
I'm just sitting down here listening. I'm just wondering one question in my mind. How many white nations did the children of Israel come across? Because if Esau was a white nation, Esau was in the land, so they should have had white nations in the land.
Mm,
So
mm,
how many white nations did the children of Israel go into battle with?
mm,
Because those white nations would have turned into who?
mm,
And I believe every one of the enemies of the children of Israel were black nations
mm-hmm.
up until the New Testament, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm just wondering. So I'm sitting back listening to everything that you're saying, and it's just like, okay. So keep on, Double T. You're on a roll, brother. I
Yeah,
I've been talking a
yeah.
lot tonight, so go
No,
ahead.
no, yeah. It just didn't make sense to me, man. Like I said, again, what y'all said about them dispossessing them and destroying them but a lot of our people, you know what I'm saying, like they love to say the Horites. But when I show them this and that they Hamites, you know what I'm saying, then I mean then what else can you say? Oh, they go to the Jasher. But again, Jasher is a medieval book. You won't find no ancient manuscripts on Jasher. You won't. It's not I tell you, it's not part of the Dead Sea Scrolls like Jubilees is, Enoch is, you know what I mean? Deuteronomy, Isaiah, you know what I'm saying, right? You won't find Jasher. It's not in there. It's a medieval book. So I don't subscribe to Jasher. And a lot of our brews, you know what I'm saying, they love to go there. They join with Kittim and everything else. You know what I'm saying? Like they hatred for the white man runs so deep, and they see that Yah said that he hated Esau. You know what I mean, right? and and that, oh, Esau had red hair and came out red and ruddy and everything, and they just take that and place that, slap that right on the white man. But yet David was red, you know what I'm saying, ruddy, red and ruddy. Come on, man. Like, so is he white too? Huh? I need answers.
Woo! That's great.
Yeah,
You brought
yeah,
that up because that's what we brought up earlier. Double T,
yeah.
I'm not sure when you came in, but we showed exactly what you just said. It says in Genesis 25:25 that Esau came out red, and that word red is Adamoni.
I don't need
And
right. Mm-hmm.
Adamoni, which is the same word for King David.
Yep.
It's mentioned in 2 Samuel 16:12, where David is anointed. He is David is referred to as red, as Admoni. Also in 1 Samuel 17:42, where Goliath is he's mean mugging David. He's looking at him in like disdain and disgust, and he's looking at him because he's a handsome young youth, and also because he was ruddy, because he was red, because he was Admoni. So what you just said, we said earlier, it's crazy how we all think the same on this topic. If Esau was white, if Esau was red, as in white, so was David.
Right.
If Esau was white, then David would have to be white.
Mm-hmm.
They don't say that. They can't. They say Esau was white, but David was black. Well, how can that be so when both are referred to as Admoni, which means red, but it's reddish brown? And we showed a source on what reddish brown looks like, and we read from the Halot, which is the Hebrew and Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament. Elder Byron and I, we showed on screen where the definition, the lexicon, the definition for Admoni, it's reddish brown. It means reddish brown, as in sheep's hide, leather that is dyed reddish brown. And it's the color of Esau and the color of King David. And we showed what reddish brown actually looks like. We showed what sheep's leather skin looks like. It's mahogany. It's reddish brown. It's red bone. It's that shade. It's within that ballpark of reddish brown. It's brown, but it has a red tint to it. So we show it's like a color of a football. It's like a color of a football, or some red, which is also referred to in Genesis 25:25. For those red, for those who know about that out in Ghana, those who eat red, we find the same verse right here, Genesis 25. Let me get that red reference. Genesis 25:30.
And ain't Adam Need the same too? I'm pretty sure if I was doing the research right, that's where Adam was too. Your mic muted.
Oh, thank you. That's funny because we just went over that double C, because Adam, it means human or it means man or mankind, referring to human, but it comes from the root word Adam, which means to make red. And what we showed is that Adam, because there's that verse where it says, we went over this verse as well, where he was created from the dust of the ground or from the dust of the soil. And we showed an image of what red soil looks like.
See?
Red soil is reddish brown. Red soil is reddish brown. And we also showed an image of today known as the Khoisan people. I'm not saying Adam was Khoisan. I'm not saying that, double T. What I'm saying is that you got people that believe that Adam, his skin color, his phenotype was similar to the Khoisan people. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that's what some people say. And because when you look at the Khoisan people that live in southern Africa, they are reddish brown. They are red like the red soil. They are red like the dust of the ground that Adam was made with. So, and that word Adam, it has the word red in it, refers to human, but so the word human has the word color, hue, man. And also with Adam, the word blood is in the word Adam. When we say Adam, the second part of Adam is dam, which means blood. The first part is aleph. So you put it together, God, blood, God with blood. We are like gods with blood. We are God in the flesh. We are gods in the flesh. Why? Because we are created in the image and likeness of Elohim. And check it. The second part, dam, it means to resemble, Why? Because we resemble the Most High Yah. Male and female together, resemble the Most High Yah. So that word red, it's not tied to, red as the white man. We find that reference in Leviticus 13, where it uses a different word. It uses the word Adamdam, which is like a reddish white. But here, Adamoni is a reddish brown. But in Leviticus 13, where it speaks about leprosy, it uses the term Adamdam, which sounds redundant, but that's how you say it, Adamdam. It's a whitish reddish. It's a reddish whitish. It's a reddish white. a damn. However, Esau and King David are known as Adamoni, reddish brown. But Adam, his name Adam itself, it has the word blood in it. It has the word resemble, and it has red in it. It has the word red in it as well. And remember, he was created from the dust of the ground. And the dust of the ground, red soil, is mahogany. It's reddish brown. And Elder Byron attested. He said you could find reddish brown soil in Mississippi. He shared that as well. And also Elder Byron shared that I'll go ahead and show it on screen. This is what he showed right here. This was a great point. This was some people, they say dagger. This right here. He said verse 29. And Jacob saw, no, wait, let me go to the field right here. And Esau was a cunning man, a man of the field. And Jacob was a plain man, dwelling in tents. Elder Byron made a beautiful point. I don't even want to steal his thunder. I want him to explain it one more time. Go ahead, Elder Byron. I don't want to steal your thunder.
Oh no, Brother Jaden, I've been talking a lot, and guess what? I told you I'll enjoy sitting down here listening to y'all brothers go ahead and talk. I enjoyed. This is the best birthday I've had in a long time. I'm sitting down talking with brothers about our God. I'm enjoying it. So y'all go ahead and go.
I just want you to go ahead and because this was your point. I don't want to steal your point, but just Genesis 25:27. Go ahead and explain this verse. Because remember, you're talking about like the fields and the sun, and I don't want to steal it. I want you to go ahead and make it.
Yes, I was saying that where I'm from, when a man works in the field, he gets darker. And so if Esau was a man of the field and a hunter, that means Esau had to have dark skin. And Jacob was a man of the tent. So that means Jacob was staying inside while Esau was outside in the sun. So which one will be bright and which one will be dark?
Exactly.
The children of Israel were sold into captivity into this land because of our skin, because we could take the heat of the south. I live in Louisiana. 100 degrees to me don't bother me. But to a white man in that sun, how could he handle it?
He's going to need sunblock and everything.
And how much sunblock did they have back in the day?
I'll wait.
So how is it that he was a white man? And then Jaden, I'm gonna go ahead and give you another one. You ready for this one?
Oh, I'm ready. I feel like it's my birthday.
When I was a little boy, I had red hair. And I sure know I'm not white. As a matter of fact, I had a couple of people in my family that had red hair. And when we got older, our hair turned darker. But when we were babies, our hair was red.
Yeah, I guess X was white too, huh?
And so
they called him red.
we sit down and we just look at things. And then the other part of it is when we come out of our captivity, we go to somewhere else and we don't understand, we still in captivity. Because you go to a man that got his understanding from a man, and the only thing that they didn't change is the color of the God you're serving. The God you're serving, it never changed. It's just the color changed. He went from being a white God to a black God. So you tell me this right here. At what point in time we as Israel gonna wake up and truly leave the prison compound? At Angola, when you get on the compound, they have main prison and they have all the satellite camps. We that's in America, like me, I left out of Christianity. And when I left out of Christianity, I didn't go to another satellite camp. I went towards main gate and I got out of prison completely. I didn't go look for another doctrine. I didn't go look for another camp. I didn't go look for another church. I went seeking the face of him who was calling me on the outside of the prison, not on the inside. So as long as we just keep on holding to this thing about black and white, We're going to forever be lost. Because, like I say, name one white nation that the children of Israel went to war with in the land when they were taking the land. All our enemies were black. So how is it that this white man has become such a big enemy to us when it's always been the God that the land was serving? Because why did we have to go into, why were we taking the land? And why was the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob giving us the land? Because of the gods that the people of that land was serving. When we going to wake up and understand that part? And on that, I'll call and let y'all go back, brothers.
Woo! Straight fire, straight fire. One more time. You know what it is. You got a double T.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the elder, man. Like when we're gonna stop, like you said, with the black and white. Our hatred for the white man, just run deep. And I get it. You know what I'm saying? 400 years, over 400 years, you know what I'm saying, of oppression, slavery. And I get, trust me, I get it. Like, right, like I tell everybody, my mom, man, she's president. You know what I'm saying? My mom is. You know what I mean? And she never dated a white man. Nor did she ever raise us to be like, hey, you stay with your this, you do this, you stay there. She never did that. She never raised us like that. You know what I mean? So like I told you, Jay, my grandfather, you know what I'm saying, right? He's mixed. His mom is white. You know what I'm saying? So like I have that in my family. You know what I mean? So it's dumb, it's stupid, it's dumb, it's not gonna get us nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I say this. The most high, black or white, don't matter what color you is, the most high ain't looking at your skin color. He's not gonna turn you away. If you keeping his law, statute, commandments, he's not gonna sit here and turn you away because, oh, well, you're white or you're Asian or what, purple, blue, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, make it make sense.
Well said. Well said. Okay. Man, shofar blast one more again. I'm telling you, man, it's better like when we can come together and we can bring out different points. And it's like we're all bringing something different to the feast. It's
Right.
like, Elder Byron's bringing the jambalaya, culture style.
Hey,
Double T, you bring in the sweet potato pie.
hey,
You bring in
I
the
love
desserts,
it.
peach cobbler.
I
You know,
love it.
and I'll bring in the alcohol. I'm bringing the alcohol.
Hey, bring the wine, Jay. Bring the
Bringing
wine.
the
That's what I'm
gallo
talking
right
about.
here.
That's what I'm talking about. Share some with your boy.
The only thing you're missing is some sweet tea. You might have to invite Uncle J.E. up here to bring the sweet tea.
Right.
That's right. I see you, Uncle J. I see you, Uncle J.E. I see you. I see you. Shalom, shalom to Uncle J.E. Man,
Shalom, shalom.
well, I tell you, I haven't had sweet tea in a minute. I'm talking sweet tea. Man,
Man, dirty South, dirty sweet tea.
man.
Cause my family
Yes.
from Alabama. You know what I'm saying? We from Alabama. But my great grandmother moved up here, up north to Ohio. But she had like 10 kids and then ended up moving back down there. So yeah, so that's how, we got started up here. But originally we from Alabama.
That's that true South.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. What? Quick little thing. My mom's mom. She was like, I remember. She was like, I remember when her mom was picking cotton across the river. Now I don't know where across the river it mean. You can know because I never actually went down there to like actually visit. You know what I'm saying? Our family. You know what I'm saying? Down there. Like I had deliveries down there in Alabama, but I ain't never been down there to where like we was actually from. So I'm not sure which he mean across the river. But she said that she remembered that her grandmother was picking cotton, or her mom was picking cotton down there. Yeah, in Alabama. I was like, man, that's crazy.
Me and my wife went on a drive this weekend, and we passed in front of some cotton fields
Man, yeah, that's
in
great. Yeah.
in North Louisiana and Mississippi. Yeah.
Yeah, we me and my wife we seen some in Georgia. Matter of fact, I wish I had the picture. Matter of fact, I got out the van because we was making a delivery because I do cargo van. I got a cargo van business, and we was making a delivery. You know what I'm saying? Going down to southern Georgia, and man, I seen it on the side of the road. Man, I got out and I picked some and everything. I was like, hey, this one must feel like my ancestors picking this cotton.
Wow,
Mm-hmm.
man. I ain't never seen no cotton field before. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I know, what my wife and I. My wife, she's been in the South plenty of times. She got family in the South. I mean, I got family in the South, but she visits more frequently. But when I went down south, man, I remember going. We went to Savannah. You guys familiar with that church, the First African Baptist Church of Savannah, Georgia?
Is that the one that was founded by the slaves, or they had Hebrew connections?
See, I need to
Correct,
go. See,
correct.
I need to go see that.
Yeah, correct. That's absolutely right, Elders. I came. So my wife and I, we drove. We drove from Atlanta. We actually drove from Atlanta um to Savannah. So it was quite a drive. It was like a 3 hour drive. I want to say it was 3.5 hours. It felt like 9 hours because you have to drive slower. You can drive faster out here in California, but you have to drive at a slower speed. But it was crazy, like looking at those moss trees and go through Savannah. I'm like, man, this is crazy. Like I feel like, man, it's like we went in 2000, what was it, 2024, but it felt like 1804 or something. I feel like, man, this seems like straight out of a slave movie or something. Just the way the trees looked and the buildings looked, it was crazy. But we went to that church, which is the First African Baptist Church, Savannah, Georgia, and I actually did a vlog on that. My wife and I, we did a vlog. So, like you said, Elder Byron, there's a Hebrew writing on the pews. That's proof that our ancestors knew Hebrew. That's proof that our ancestors are Hebrew. And there's so much other artifacts in that church. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and just shamelessly plug it because it was an experience I'll never forget. I actually encourage all brews, all people, even if you're not Hebrew, even if you're not black, like just regardless, you should go and make the visit because the church it's amazing. It's got so much history, and it's really impressive. Our ancestors built that church, and the artifacts that's in the church, and the tour that they give you when you go there, it's fascinating. But yeah, let me go ahead and just plug that video. That way, you guys can check it out
Yeah.
on your own time.
I definitely need to go down there and see that. We went to a few years ago, man. We went to Jamestown, man. We saw some of the slave houses. Yeah, man. It was awesome, man. I was like, man, I ended up, getting some videos on my and posted it on my Instagram. Yeah, it was man, it showed it showed Master House, and then it showed like the little slave house, and then it showed like the little bathroom, you know what I'm saying, that they use outside of it too. Yeah, it was crazy. I was like, wow. It was crazy.
You mean the outhouse, double
Yeah.
T?
Yep, the outhouse. Yep. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for laughing, but
Yep.
growing up in Louisiana, we had an outhouse. And my uncle, we had inside plumbing and everything. Our house was modern, but I was raised by my great uncle, and
Okay.
he had an outhouse, and he would rather use the outhouse than come into the house and use the bathroom.
Wow.
And when you said the slave, they have places in, like in Port Allen across the river, where you can go and visit, and you can walk around the owner's house, the plantation, and then you can go to the slave quarters. Then you can go to the slave store. Then you can go to the jute joint where the slaves would go for them to relax and stuff like that, where they listen to the music and stuff. So yeah, I guess living in the South, it keeps you reminded of your heritage, of enslavement,
Yes,
not your
yes,
heritage
sir.
of who you are, but your heritage of enslavement.
For those interested, go ahead and check out the vlog my wife and I we did. Savannah, Georgia vlog, First African Baptist Church, Hebrew. Proof Black Americans are Israelites. So as you can see, here's the Hebrew writing right here in the middle. On the right side is a picture of downtown Savannah, Georgia, and on the left is me, of course. So yeah, I made the visit, and I encourage all people to make the visit. It's a lot of history. It's a lot. I don't like this vlog. I give you a lot, but I don't give you everything because I want to leave. There's some stuff I want you to get when you visit it. If you get the chance, like if you
Right.
have the chance, yeah. I encourage everybody to go there and book a tour. They give tours, throughout the year, all the time. So, but it was an experience for me that I'll never forget, and I appreciate, for sure. All glory to our great King. And I extended it past 30 minutes because tonight's turnout seems like people were pretty vocal about
Yes,
this
sir.
topic here. Was Esau? Esau was black. Prove me wrong. So we had a pretty good turnout. I would like to share this scripture. And then after that, we'll go ahead and we'll just give our closes after that. But I like to show this one on screen. Now we have to keep the Torah as Israelites. And in the Torah, it says in Deuteronomy 23:7, thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land. We are commanded by Yah to not hate, to not abhor the Edomite. The Edomite is our brother. And I don't agree who they say the Edomites are. However, we are not to abhor the Edomite, and we are also to love our neighbor. As it says in Leviticus, we are to love our neighbor as we love ourselves. We're to love our neighbor as we love ourselves. And our neighbor includes the Gentile and the Israelite, because the word is re'ah. Re'ah. Re'ah means neighbor. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian. You got a lot of Israelites on the street corner hating the African. It's disgusting. And then have the nerve to remove themselves from the term African. They say they're not African. I say they're crazy. Thank you. Thank you, Double C. I'll be here all day. But actually, I won't be here all day. I'm finna get off here pretty soon. But thou shalt not abhor the Egyptian. It's really crazy. You got Israelites that say they're not African. I think they need to see some helpers. They need to repent. But it's disgusting. So let's not hate the quote unquote white man. Let's not hate the quote unquote African, because thou wast a stranger in his land. Also, Leviticus, I'm going off the top of my dome. I want to say it's 18 or 19. I'm going to take a chance to say 19. Leviticus 19. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. I'm going to get off screen. You should love your neighbor as you love yourself. Neighbor verse. I feel like I'm in the ballpark, but I want to get it because it sums up. Yeah, Leviticus 19:18. I know I was close. Okay, here it goes. Leviticus 19:18. Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am Yahuwah. It says thy neighbor. The word neighbor is not brother. It's re'ah. Right here. Lo tikom we lo titor. It's b'nei ameka. We ahavta le re'aka kamocha. Ani Yahuwah. It says right here. Wa ahavta le re'aka. And you will love and you shall love for your neighbor. Your neighbor. You shall love your neighbor. Your neighbor. The word is re'ah right here. Re'ah, which means neighbor. 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 Friend. Companion. Fellow. Another person. fellow citizen, another person, weaker sense, other, another, friend, companion, fellow. So I just wanted to share that, family, that we are commanded in the Torah to love the Edomite. We are commanded in the Torah to not hate the Edomite, to not hate the Egyptian. We are to love our neighbor as we love ourselves. And most importantly, we must love Yah. And I got to say, shalom, shalom to Brother Tim. Brother Tim, make the time to pop up in the chat. Shalom to you, King. You said, can I call in? It's got to be real quick. If you want to, you go ahead real quick, Aki. Let me go ahead and put my link, put the link right here. Join here. You said, can I come in? Is this the music artist? A double C. Is this the music artist right here? It looks like it is right here.
I'm not sure. What's this? Let me see. Lucky Yah music.
Jaden, look like you have a full crowd tonight, huh?
Yeah, you do.
All glory to Yah. All glory to Yah. I mean, I guess we talk about Esau and skin color. Everybody wants to.
Hey, right. Them topics, boy.
I really didn't want to talk about it. I rather, but it's not necessarily about what I want. I got to, do a better job of considering what everybody wants to hear. It's just sometimes I feel like our appetite needs to change. I feel like we just want to talk about skin color all day, but I got to say shalom to Yakir. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, but shalom to you, fam.
I don't know if it's Mike music.
Yakir. Man, your name looks familiar. I think this is the musician. I have to double check. Let me see. Let me go off screen. It's like on a live stream, you're like doing a bunch of things at one time.
Yo, can you all praises? Can you hear me, brother?
Yes. Cain. Shalom. We can hear you. Yes. Things at one time.
Hold on. All praises. Can you hear me, brother? Okay. Are we good now? Can you hear me, bro?
Yes.
Okay. All praises to the Most High, Yahuwah, Barak Hashem, the highest, Yahuwah. Shalom to all the brothers and to the sisters that's watching. My brother, thank you so much for coming on here and speaking on this. And I want to say that I 100% agree with you that Esau was a black man. He absolutely was. Ruddy in the scriptures is also how King Daud was described. I would also describe you as Ruddy. Malcolm X would be described as Ruddy. He was called Detroit Red. So red is what I think of when we see some of our sisters light-skinned. They light-skinned. We say red bone. I would say the same will apply to Esau. Yeah, there you go, bro. There you go. That's it right there. Now, I will say this, though. In the book of Jasher, chapter 90, it does mention that Esau and Rome became one nation. So though Esau was born as a black man, he did mix into certain bloodlines that changed him. Have you ever read the book of Gad the Seer? That's one thing when we're talking about the Esau discussion, I think a lot of our brothers don't consider. In the book of Gad the Seer, I don't know if you want to pull it up or whatever, Google it real quick, but it mentions that Esau is currently in Rome and he has mixed with, or he's in Europe, Japheth area, and he mixed with Rome, and the Most High has written a judgment to destroy Esau. So in regards to Esau being saved, I do believe we should love the stranger. We should love the Egyptian. We should love those who cleave to serve Yahuwah in truth. But I do believe what Obadiah and Joel say about Esau. Yahuwah, the Most High, does have a judgment prepared for Esau, as also proven in the book of Gad the Seer, as well as in Jasher 35. It mentions that his seed is to be wiped out completely for his deeds. But I do open up our nation to those who want to serve the Most High, who are not of the Edomite stock, according to Scripture. And with that, I'll yield.
Well said. Well said. Well said. All glory to Yah. Double T. I ask you. Do you want to add anything to that? Get some edification, or
So he said what, Jasher? So I'm not sure if the brother was on when I mentioned that book, about that book. Like that book is a medieval book. You won't find no manuscripts on that book whatsoever. Ancient manuscripts on that book whatsoever. That's not the real Jasher, and that's a mistranslation, too, as well. That's not even the name. That's not even the name in the book. That's the King James. We gotta do research outside of the King James, because this is doing a number on our people. It really is. Like, it really is. But I would love for somebody to show me ancient manuscripts of Jasher. This book that y'all claim that Esau done mixed the seed with Japhet and they became one nation. I need ancient manuscripts. Nobody can show me these things. So how do we know it's authentic if there's no ancient manuscripts?
So
how do we know Jasher? Go ahead. There's no ancient manuscripts.
So the thing with that is, that's why I'm suggesting the book of Gad the seer, because the book of Gad the seer is referenced in the book of First Chronicles, and that's why I'm wondering if one of you brothers would be willing to pull up that verse. If you pull up the book, if you Google the book of Gad the seer, there's a section. I don't know if I could share the screen. I could pull it up real quick and show you.
Yeah, go ahead and share it if you like. I can share it, but yeah, you can go ahead and share it, Yakir.
That Esau is amongst, and it also echoes what's mentioned in Obadiah and Joel. So if you want to reject Jasher because there's no ancient manuscripts, that's okay. But it does say that the Ethiopians who have preserved the scriptures in Ge'ez, which is a Shemitic language, they hold true to the book of Jasher, the book of Jubilees. So if you don't believe the book of Jasher, do you believe the book of Jubilees? Because the book of Jubilees also says Esau's seed will be wiped out and he shall never be saved. So, I mean, if you want to throw away Jasher, we still have Jubilees and we still have the book of Gad to see it.
Yeah, I subscribe to the book of Jubilees because there's ancient manuscripts, part of the Dead Sea Scrolls. But Jasher isn't. So yeah, I subscribe to the book of Jubilees and Enoch.
And I'll go ahead and just put on screen. I'll just show it on screen for those who are interested in Gad the seer. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Right here, family. It's just a quick Google search. Is this the source? How you say your name, brother? Is it Yakir?
It's a Yexer, like the C is pronounced as an S, Yexer. If you use the Hebrew or the Abarith, it would be Yexer, because you would have that Samak instead of that Kat in the Hebrew. So Yexer, you know what I'm saying? But you can say Yexer. Everybody calls me Yexer. You can call me Yek, whichever you prefer, brother.
Yexer. Is this the source right here? Book of Gad the seer, right here.
Yeah, that's the one.
Right on. For those interested, go ahead and check out Gad the seer, and that way you can understand what Yexer is bringing out fully. But yeah, let me go ahead and hide this. We got another brother on the panel. I'm extending this live stream longer because I guess everybody wants to talk about Esau being white or black. So I guess we'll just keep it going a little bit more longer.
Hey, brother, can I say something?
Yeah, hold on real quick. I got to say shalom to you. El John, shalom to you.
Hey, shalom, brother.
You got the floor. Yes, okay. Yes, you got the floor.
Hey, I literally just joined, so I don't know what you guys all covered up until this point. I see you've been streaming for a good 3 hours, looks like.
Yes, sir. We are 3 minutes and 4 minutes into this live stream. The topic of tonight: Esau was black. That's my position. Prove me
Oh,
wrong.
okay.
Live debate, and also that is the position of Elder Byron. Salute to Elder Byron. It's his birthday today. Also, Double T
Salute.
the Hebrew, he agrees, and also Yexer, he agrees as well. So us four, we agree that Esau was black. But yeah, what
No,
you say
but
about this, Elder Johns?
actually, I got a lot to say if it's okay.
Oh, it depends on how long it is.
All right. Let me try to condense a lot of it. I clash with a lot of these camps out here because I don't agree with two of their doctrines. I don't agree with that 12 tribes chart because one of the first things they teach you is you are what your father is. But then they go up and contradict themselves by claiming that all these natives and all of these Spaniards are our people. But if you are what your father is, then that makes them Spaniards, right or wrong?
Right?
Okay, so that
Yeah.
means the 12 tribes, well, I'm gonna get there. The 12 tribes is black. I'm sorry. And these camps, they contradict themselves. But whenever I come at Tazariak, or I come at Deacon Akar, or if I come at GMS South Carolina, they mute me. They always hang up on me because they don't want, they don't want to talk about that. But also I come at them against the whole Esau is white thing because in Hebrew, okay, the word for Esau is Adam, right? Or the word used to describe him, Ruddy, is Admoni, which is the same word attributed to King David. Now we know King David was black, right?
Right.
So if the same
Facts.
Hebrew word is attributed to King David, how is it attributed to Esau and that makes him white? That's number one. And the Hebrew word for white actually is Laban. And that word ain't used for Esau. So Abney means brown, ruddy, mahogany, red. But white as literally Laban. That was actually Jacob and Esau's uncle. His name was Laban because he was an albino. Laban was actually attributed to Noah because we know that Noah was the first albino. And the camps always try to say that Esau was an albino. No. If he was an albino, the Hebrew word Laban would have been used, but it's not. It's Admoni. And also, I noticed a lot of these camps try to say that they'll say that Rome, well, they say Chittim. They'll say King Zepho, whatever, he took over Rome. And just because he took over Rome, that automatically turned Edomites into white because it said, huh?
No, yeah, I was agreeing with you, Khan.
Yeah, because they say that they became one from that day forward, which is the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my. That's like saying since Barack Obama was the president of America, everybody's black now all of a sudden. That don't make no sense.
Yeah,
It doesn't
I
make
was
any
gonna
sense.
say the same. I was gonna say the same thing since we here in America. I guess we became America. We one with them, and we're not
We
Israelites.
exactly,
Yeah,
brother.
we're not
It doesn't make any
Israelites.
sense.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
dumb.
here's
It's
another
dumb.
point too. Here's another point. Sorry, but I want to make. And there's another thing I come at Deacon and the rest of them against, and they get mad when I bring this up. If Esau was the white man, okay, there surely would have been some scripture or prophecy that says that Jacob would go into slavery on ships to our big brother Esau, but it doesn't say that. It doesn't say we would go into slavery captivity for 400 years to our big brother Esau.
That's a good
It
one.
said into slavery captivity for 400 years to our big brother Esau.
But what about
So somebody go ahead and mute their TV. If you got your TV on in the background, just mute the
what the
TV.
scripture say about Psalms 83? It mentions Amalek, it mentions the Edomites, it mentions Moab, it mentions Ishmael, it mentions all these descendants of these people who
Yes,
would plot
enemies,
against us,
enemies, brother.
try to wipe out our name from ever being remembered. The
Not
name of Israel
slavery.
shall be remembered no more. Now you also have to factor in that the scriptures also say, that Esau is the end of the world. Second Esdras 6 verse 9. Now, I don't know if you believe that to be scripture, but it says that he would be ruling until the time of the end. Then would come Messiah, Hamashiach Yahusha. Then will come the reign of Jacob. So if we are not in power right now, Hamashiach, has not returned, then that means that Esau is currently ruling as we speak. Because
Can I ask you a question, brother? To your point,
like, I don't know, the Rothschilds. Rothschild means red shield.
hold on, brother. Can I ask you a question? Look, to your point.
Hold on. Let me get some attention. Let's get some.
Oh, my bad.
Hold on, fam. No. Yexer, go ahead and finish your point. L. Johns, hey, I love your energy, Ak. To me, it's unfortunate it's unfortunate that the camps cut you off, but here we're all about peace, love, and unity. It's one love over here. But yeah, we gotta let our points. Let Yexer finish this point, and then you can have it right back.
Got you.
So Esau is the end of the world in 2nd Ezra chapter 6 verse 9. So if Esau is the end of the world and Jacob is immediately after Esau's reign, that means currently that Esau is in power. And as I said, if you look at the Rothschilds, they are white people. Their name means red shield. If you go to Revelations chapter 12, it mentions the red dragon who pursues that woman. Who is that woman? That is the bride of Hamashiach. So if you're looking right now, and you even look in the country of Wales in Europe, they have a red dragon on their flag. We can't ignore the symbolism. The reason why Yahuwah said he has made Esau bare is because now we are able to tell who Esau is. He no longer looks how he used to look, which is why he has been made bare, because as we all agree, he was a black man born to Isaac and Rebekah, but he mixed into the Horite bloodline, the Hittite bloodline, the Hivite bloodline, the Canaanite bloodline. And as many believe, which is a false belief, is that all Canaanites were black. That is false. Look up the Hivites, Indo-Europeans. Look up the Hittites, Indo-Europeans. Look at the Horites, Indo-Europeans. This is what people don't understand. He mixed into the fallen bloodline of the fallen angels, which brought forth the so-called Caucasian. So do I believe Esau was born as the Caucasian? Absolutely not. But I fully believe he mixed into the fallen bloodline of Cain, which brought forth the so-called Caucasian by mixing with fallen angels and the daughters of Cain, creating a genetic recessive gene that made the so-called white man.
Can I respond?
Yes, you got it, L. Johns.
Okay, I want to touch on a couple of things he said. He mentioned the Rothschilds earlier and about the red shield and all that. Now, when you talk about the Rothschilds, they are what? They are Jewish people, right? So the Jewish people, they separate themselves from rest of the Caucasians. I'm speaking to your point, okay? So when you talk about the Jewish people call themselves Shemitic. They say Semitic, but we say Shemitic, okay? So let's go back to Genesis. How did Jacob get the birthright? Jacob got the birthright through deception, right? He impersonated his brother Esau, correct?
The blessing.
In order to get the blessing, he impersonated his brother Esau, right?
He sold his birthright. Esau sold him the birthright, but the blessing, Rebekah and Isaac, Rebekah and Jacob, yes, the seeds. Isaac.
Okay, but the act that was performed,
the Most High did.
Please mute real quick. Anybody, if your TV is on, you can leave it on. Just mute your TV. Please mute. Everybody mute their TV if it's on.
Muted. Okay. So there's a point I'm trying to make.
Will for Isaac to go blind at that time. There was a purpose and a will to everything the Most High does. Nobody.
Okay, brother, were you going off on something else? I was just asking a quick question.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah. You got El Josh. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Now check this out.
Jacob believed in the blessing of the Most High. Esau hated it. If you read Jasher, he did not go to the house of Shem. He did not learn the ways of Yahuwah. He did not care. He was wicked from the very beginning.
But brother, I hear you. I have the floor and I'm trying to prove a point. I just want to ask a quick question. Okay, that's all. So let me finish. Let me go ahead. Let me go there. So basically what I was saying was that Jacob and his mother, what they did was called an impersonation. Okay, so they impersonated Esau. It's called impersonating, right? So he had to put the goat hair on his sleeve.
Everybody,
And
please, everybody, because I hear some feedback. If you're not speaking, please just mute your mic so that we don't get no feedback. We got 5 of us on the panel. So go ahead, L. Johns. I just wanted to interrupt us that way.
no, I
While L.
appreciate
Johns
that,
is
brother.
speaking,
Thank you.
yeah, we'll get no feedback. Well, yeah, you got it, King.
Okay. So basically, let me just get past that. So they impersonated, we impersonated, for the sake of saying we say Jacob, we're us, we're Jacob. We impersonated Esau, okay, to get the blessing, despite him having sold it to us before. So fast forward to today. You mentioned the Rothschilds. We talking about the Ish people. What people today are impersonating us? It's the Ish people, right or wrong. So if the Ish people are impersonating us, they're claiming to be us. What other people on the planet would be interested in the birthright? Would it be everybody on the planet, or would it be Esau that would be interested in trying to impersonate us to gain back the blessing? Now, Jewish and Ish, they're not all whites. They're separate. There's different lineages. So to say that Esau is the white man is erroneous, but to say that Esau could be some of the Jewish, yes. Okay. So again, there's no scripture. You mentioned Psalm 83 before. Psalm 83 and all those scriptures you brought forth, they don't explicitly say that we would go into captivity or bondage for 400 years to our big brother Esau. The scriptures talk about Jacob and Esau throughout the line, throughout all these verses in the Bible. We lived next to and among Edom. We spoke the same languages as Edom, right? But the prophecy says that we would go into bondage to a nation that neither we nor our fathers knew, that spoke a strange language that we nor our fathers knew. We knew Esau. We lived next to Esau. We spoke the same language. We definitely knew who Esau was. So again, that excludes the white man. It says a nation from afar, right? It says a nation from afar, from the ends of the earth. We grew up amongst Edom and Esau. There's nothing in scripture that says that the white man is them. Me personally, now I'm just going to throw this out. I believe that some of the Jewish, because not all Jews are the same. You got Mizrahi, okay? You have Ashkenaz, which we know those are Gentiles. You have Sephardic. So you got different types of Jews. And it's not just the Jews, it's some of the Arabs. Because when we look at the Arabs, and the camps get mad when I say this, because they say, oh, no, they're Ishmael. There's a lot of different Arabs in the Middle East, but there's only one royal bloodline of Arabs. They're called Saudi Arabians. Saudi Arabians. They literally live by the sword. It's in their flag. It's in their every facet of everyday life. They're violent. They're very wealthy. When you talk about being the end of the world, which is something else I want to touch on, Esau being the end of the world. When we talk about power, just because we're here in America and we are directly oppressed by the white man, to us, it seems like they have the power. Let me tell you, brother, if you've ever been to Saudi Arabia or Israel, you want to talk about wealth and power is two different things. So when you talk about who controls international banking, okay, these Jewish people who control international bankings, they cripple governments. They fund governments. That's real power. So when you're talking about power, the average white man ain't got no power. But these Jews and these Arabs, they got the real power, wealth. So they rule this world right now. These white people do not rule this world right now. They rule this world right now. Go ahead, I'm done. Yeah. I'm done. I'll lay my plan on up.
So one thing that you said I do agree with is that there are definitely some, Ishmael or Arabs who have also mixed into that Esau Edomite bloodline. But what you do fail to also understand is that, listen, where do you think Yiddish comes from? Yiddish is a Indo-European language. See, when I talk about Europeans, I'm talking about Indo-Europeans, Proto-Indo-Europeans, people who descend from the Germanic tribes. That would be the Slavic, that would be the Celts, that would be the Norwegian, that would be the Icelandic people, that would be the the Irish, all of these different Indo-European tribes. So when you're talking about white, that's exactly why our people are confused, because we're not going back and looking at where white people came from and the tribes that make up white people. So Indo-Europeans would apply to Ashkenazi Jewish. Why? Because they dwelled up in the northern mountains, in the Caucasus Mountains. If you actually do a Google search right now, mountain Jews, that is your Ashkenazi. That is the cave dweller. That's no different than these other Indo-Europeans who are dwelling in caves in the Caucasus Mountains. They admit they come from the Caucasus Mountains. And you're saying that only the Jewish people are trying to steal our identity. What do you think Christianity is? Who's behind Christianity? Who created replacement theology? Who said that the true people don't matter no more? So just because they're using different religions to try to take our inheritance doesn't mean that the agenda is still not the same. So when we're talking about Indo-Europeans, then we can get a better understanding of who Esau mixed into, because as I said, and you didn't address it, brother, the Indo-Europeans were Hivites, Horites, Canaanites. Now, not all Canaanites are white. I'm not saying that. But if you look up the Guanche in North Africa, they are pale-skinned, blue-eyed, blonde-haired individuals. And guess what? They're descendants of giants. So if you want to sit here and tell me that the giants in the land of Canaan were a bunch of dark-skinned, Afro, woolly-haired Negroes, I'm sorry, but we got it all jacked up. Every single image you see of a giant are pale skins, because that is the curse of Canaan. That is the curse of Cain. That is the mark that the Most High has placed upon people he has rejected. And this is what we all have to factor in when we're talking about who's Esau, who we mixed into. Furthermore, you talk about Jewish, Rothschilds, all of that. Gotcha. But here's the thing. Who's behind the World Economic Forum? Who's the face of it? Who is literally building the New World Order in front of us right now? Arabs? I don't see Arabs talking about depopulation and reducing the population. I don't see Arabs talking about climate change agendas and blocking out the sun. The white man is in power. That's exactly why the white man created most religions. Muhammad was white. Those Arabs you see right now are bastards. They are a mixed version of the original dark-skinned Ishmaelites. They are not what they were. Why? Because they mixed into the same fallen seed as Esau. Yes, we knew Edom. Yes, we knew Esau. You mentioned Deuteronomy says that a nation shall come, but what does it say? As swift as an eagle flies. As swift as an eagle flies. And what did Yahuwah say? Esau exalts himself as the eagle. You got to look at the symbolism. You got to look at the spiritual messages and the mysteries that the Most High reveals. And if you're looking at it from a Christian perspective of, let me save the white man, it's not the white man, and then you'll overlook the evil. Don't they have a perpetual hatred towards you? Aren't they talking about enslaving you again? Aren't they telling you you're nothing? Aren't they telling you that you're cursed with the skin of Ham, just like the Jewish people? See, the Indo-Europeans agree with each other when it comes to oppression of the Negro. And with that, I yield.
Okay, brother, can I respond to that?
Can I say something right quick?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes. Well, we got to give it to the elder. Go ahead, Elder Byron. You got it. And then we'll pass to the El Johns.
It ain't gonna be that. It's not gonna take that long. I just wanted to go ahead and tell both y'all brothers, y'all kind of saying the same thing, but y'all need to listen to exactly what each other is saying. A lot of what y'all saying we covered earlier. What the brother was talking about, you're talking about the United Kingdom, the UK. The UK is that kingdom that has scattered the tribes of Judah throughout the four corners of the world. Because every nation that the tribe of Judah was scattered into was a United Kingdom nation. The United States started off as a what? A United Kingdom nation. They are the daughter of the UK. Another thing, you was talking about the Germanic and all of them right there. Didn't King Charles didn't he just go through a coronation? And in that coronation, in one of his hands, he had a spear. And on top of that spear was the eagle. For the eagle is that which has scattered us throughout all the nations. Also, when they put the crown on top of his head, he had the cross, because he is King of Kings and Lord of Lords. The United Kingdom, that is also a part of the Byzantine Empire, because at one time they were also in the Byzantine Empire, and to be exact, the land of Israel was once occupied by the United Kingdom also, the Rothschilds. So we're gonna go ahead and look at it. Go back and look at it. Go to Jeremiah, I think it's 27 and 25, when it talks about King Nebuchadnezzar and the kings of the north have joined themselves together. And all those that's not going to bow down to King Nebuchadnezzar, what's going to happen? Their land is going to be taken away from them, and the memory of who they are is going to be taken away. But those that bow down and fall up under the yoke of King Nebuchadnezzar, or the crown, or the United Kingdom, will be able to stay in the land, but they'd have to pay tribute to King Nebuchadnezzar. So those that went along with the United Kingdom, didn't they stay in the land, and didn't they have to pay tribute to the United Kingdom? And also, the United Kingdom owns 16% of the landmass of the earth. 16%. The second largest landmass owner is the Catholic Church. Now, who gave King Charles his power for the coronation? Wasn't it the Catholic Church? So together, how much power, how much influence, and how much of this world have they conquered? Because every Western nation is Catholic. Every Eastern nation is Islam. And the East and the West have been going at it for a long time. It's one coin with two sides. And with that, I'll yield.
Okay, let me pick it up here, brother.
Yes, you got it.
Oh, all right. Thanks, brother, Jaden. Y'all said a lot, and I don't know if I can remember everything. So let me start with Genesis. I'm gonna go back to Genesis. So if we go back to genealogy, if we look at who Esau's wives, okay. So we all know that you are what your father is, correct? So you know that you can have like a quote unquote mixed bloodline. So one of Esau's wives was his uncle's daughter, right? Ishmael, his uncle Ishmael. Her name was oh man, I can't remember what her name was. If somebody could bring it up, that'd be great. But Esau married his uncle's daughter. And that bloodline, okay, that particular bloodline, you got a mixing of Esau and Ishmael. This is why I'm bringing up the Arabs, because the Saudi Arabian Arabs are a royal bloodline. They're the only ones that are rich and wealthy and have more power than anybody on the planet. Their ancestors called themselves dukes. Like a lot of camps like to say, oh, well, they call themselves dukes, so that proves they were white. That's not true. That's like saying they call themselves kings, so that proves they was white. Black people's kings too. So you can't use that whole duke thing as it's exclusive to Edom, because it's not. Okay. So again, you got a bloodline of Esau and Ishmael, which is a marriage of Edom and Islam, which is why the Arabs are separate. Again, it's in their name in front of everybody's face, Saudi Arabians. And I'm not saying it's just them. Okay, you still got black people today that are Esau. You got certain tribes over there in Africa, like the Edo tribe and other people, red hair, the whole nine. You know, and yes, Esau did mix himself, but he is not the so-called white man in its entirety. Okay, the other brother says something about Horites, and I'm glad he mentioned that, because when Esau went into the mountains, the cleft of the rocks where he was at in Jordan, he ran into who? He ran into the Horites, right? And the Horites are cave dwellers. What's a cave dweller? A cave dweller is a Neanderthal, right? Since you want to go back in the genealogy in Genesis, Neanderthals come from the fallen. That's what the Nephilim were. And we know that's true because if you look at the birth of Noah, what was Noah's father's name? It was Lamech, right? So when Noah was born, Lamech went into he was like, yo, what is this? It was the first albino born. He didn't know what was going on. Remember, he saw his son and he ran out and he flipped out like, whose kid is this? And he ran to his father, I think it was Methuselah. And he compared his son Noah to one of the fallen in Genesis because he was pale. He had features like an albino person. So that's how we know Nephilim, white skin, Horite, Neanderthal. So we got Esau mixing with that. Now, it's easy to say, oh, that's a slippery slope. That created white people. But we know that's not true. But that would explain how the Arabs and certain Jewish became white, while we got other Esau's and Edomites that are still black, in Africa because they never mixed with the Horites. So now we got a spectrum, black, mixed, all of different looking Edomites. But it's not the white man, because the people we're talking about, Arabs and these certain Jews, are Shemitic. White people are not Shemitic. If you look at an average Saudi Arabian, some of us could put on some wrappings right now. We can go blend in with them because they're our cousins, they're our brothers. We can't go blend in with no white man. It's got to make sense, man.
Can I jump in?
Go ahead. If I can get back on after that, but go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, you got
All
it.
right,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Get back on after that, but go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Appreciate y'all.
You got it. Cool.
Okay. So to our brother Jadon Israel, shalom to you, my brother, for having me on. Before I go, I want to, if I may, share my screen. I pulled up Hasafar God the Seer. Okay, the book of Gad the Seer. Can we just quickly look at what the scriptures say? I know everybody's got an interpretation of scripture, but let's just factor in the word of the Most High and let's go off of what the word says. It is also referenced in some of the Tanakh, or the First Covenant, Old Testament, whatever you want to call it. So can we just really quickly just look at that? Is that okay with the host? Give me a thumbs up.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. As soon as you show it, I'll go ahead and put it on screen.
You good with that? Okay. All praises to the Most High. Okay. So let's look at this, fam. All right. Now, after this, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to just jump off. I appreciate you guys letting me come on, but I just want to show this witness because I feel like this is one thing we all need to factor in when we're having this conversation. Okay. So this right here is the book of Gad the Seer. Okay. Can you guys see the screen? Okay. Okay. All praises. I see it. Wonderful. So this book, if you want to look into this a little bit more, is referenced in First Chronicles 29:29. It's also referenced in First Corinthians 12:12, and also Galatians 4:26. This was originally a part of the scriptures, but as we know, a certain group of people of the pale complexion have removed many things. Who was it? The Roman Catholic Church. Yeah, that sounds like Esau. But let's see why they removed it. So if we scroll down here, I want to pay attention to a particular section. It talks about, Messiah, his reign during the heavenly kingdom, the Messianic kingdom, and all that. But I want to focus on this particular part right here, because this right here is the icing on the cake, so to speak. So we're scrolling right down here. It talks about the millennial kingdom right here. Look at this. I want you to pay attention closely to what is being said here. All right. Replacement theology, Edom and Rome. Woe to you, O Edom, that sits in the land of Kittim. Kittim would be what is considered Rome. In the north of the sea, the great north, that would be Japheth's land. For your destroyers will emerge from a terrible nation, and they will not even leave you a remnant. There's more evidence of what Obadiah says, more evidence of what Joel says, more evidence of what Jasher says, what Jubilee says. Esau will be wiped out, period. All right. For you have said, I sit on high, and only I have a covenant with the Eluah of Elohim. All right. So again, this is equating to, somebody mentioned the Jewish people earlier, but we're going to keep reading. For the Most High Yahuwah chose me instead of his holy people. For he abhorred them, and his former people despised and rejected, and did not truly know Yahuwah the Father, because they did not know his image, Hamashiach the Son, Yahusha. We are truly wise and intelligent, and we know Yahuwah and his law. We know his image and presence, the Ruach HaKadosh. But thus says Yahuwah, because you rose up in pride to brag about the Eluah of Elohim, now know that you will perish in your conceitedness. Perish, all right? No salvation. For why would you put confidence in man, whose life is like a vapor, which begins in the morning and is gone by noonday, placing him to sit beside the Most High Eluah? For it is not you whom I knew formerly. And where is the bill of divorce of my people, that you would be a prey? Show it to me. Your corpses, look at this, judgment of Rome, Edom. Your corpses will fall among my people. O jealous Yahuwah, come out of your place and smite Edom, not save Edom, not love Edom, not protect Edom, not tell Edom he can be crafted in, but that he will be destroyed in front of our people for what he has done to us. There is no salvation. If you believe in a righteous Alua, you cannot believe in salvation for the oppressor, be it Edom, and listen, I want to say one thing before I continue. The brother who said that there's other groups of Edomites, like chocolate Edomites, who have not mixed, I agree with that. But this Edom is talking about the pale skin Edom clearly. Let's keep reading. And smite Edom, consume them, come to Zarephath, come to Sepharad, come to what? Ashkenaz, Sepharad, Sephardic Jews, the fake Arab ones. Yep, them too. Germania. Sounds like Germany, doesn't it? Yeah, and it's not just Jewish people there. They should come and fall in the lowest pit in what? Destruction. And in the shadow of death, for your mouth will fail you, and no one, not us, not the other nations, none of us is going to save Edom, period. Boom. There it is right there. No one will help you. It is a wrap for Esau. There is no salvation. I'm not loving on the colonizer. I'm not loving on the oppressor. I'm loving on the people who've been oppressed by Esau. I'm loving on the people who've been killed and unalived by Esau, wiped out by Esau, their seed completely gone. The Tasmanians wiped out by these people. They are done. All right. At least this fallen seed, the mixed white Caucasian version of Esau, will be completely wiped out. As far as the chocolate Edomites, the ones who have now mixed with the fallen seed, yes, they can serve the Most High, but there will be judgment for the Arab Edomites. There will be judgment for those who have participated in our oppression. But this seed is said to be wiped out, period. So if Esau is not the white man, I need you to explain this because it's referenced in the first covenant. And with that, I yield.
Okay.
Just
hold on. Real quick. Real quick. I just gotta say, thank you for that presentation. That was from, you said, Divrei Gad Ha Jose, Gad the seer, right? Divrei Gad Ha Jose, the seer. Okay, that's the source, right? Gad the seer. Just want to make sure that way we can all look into that. I guess he dropped off. He did say he was dropping off. But yes, I will let El Johns respond to that. He's got to respond to that. But before you respond, El John, go ahead, Elder Byron.
No, I was just going to ask the brother one question. And he had said something about Wales being the red dragon. I was just going to ask him, who's the king of Wales today? If you look at who the king of Wales is today, it's King Charles. So it still all goes back to the United Kingdom when it comes to Judah. And on that, I'll go ahead and yield.
I forgot what the brother asked. What he at the end? What did he ask?
I just wanted you to respond back. Just if you wanted to respond back to
I did, but I forgot what the question was at the end.
Oh yeah, anybody recall that question? Did he throw a question at the end?
Before he got off.
I mean, it was just all over, man. So like,
Well, I respond in general, but I didn't want to gloss over anything because I can't recall exactly what he said at the end. But I will touch on what he read, okay? As far as because it sounded like this Gad the Seer thing is written straight out of the book of Jasher. To be honest with you. So my thing with that is, again, none of that goes to explain how Rome is with Edom. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, there's nothing in existence in scripture that we hold to, okay, canonized scripture, that explicitly says that Edom mixed with Rome. Because again, there's a fundamental tenet to what we believe, and that is you are what your father is, okay? So you're either Esau or you're Japheth or you're Israelite. Okay, you can be quote unquote mixed, but there ain't gonna be it's Rome and Edom, because when you talk about prophecy and the Most High and Yahusha, whoever say they coming back, they say they coming back to kill and destroy, and they don't say they going to Rome to kill or destroy anybody. They say they going to Bozrah, right? Dedan, T-Man. These are all places where over there in the quote unquote Middle East, where guess who lives? The Arabs and the Jews. Am I right or am I wrong? Does prophecy, does it or does it
But
not say that when he comes back to destroy Edom, he says T-Man, Bozrah, D-Dan, there's these Middle Eastern regions. He don't say nothing about nowhere else.
Khan.
So, and then when it talks about in the scriptures, again, I can't remember what prophet, I'm sure I got all these scholars on here. When it talks about when the Most High says Edom is concerned with these two nations, right? Remember, it says Edom is concerned with two. It doesn't say the whole world. It says Edom is concerned with two different lands. What lands could they be? The Middle East and Africa. Who resides over there? It sure ain't the white man. Again, when we, okay, I'll put it to y'all this way. When we identify ourselves as Israel, okay, when we first woke up to this, we've been lied to our whole lives. They told us we was Hamites, we was everything else but a child of God, right? But we had to do our own due diligence and research. And what are some of the ways that we found out that we could call ourselves Israel? We ticked off the color. I'm sorry, we just got to go there with the color, right? We're black, they're not. Phenotype, curses in the Bible, geography, we're the whole nine. We have to tick off these boxes, right? So the same way we have to tick off the boxes that were Israel, they have to tick off the boxes to be Edom. You can't just erroneously place an identity upon somebody. Do what they did to us. You can't do what they did to us. They called us Hamites, which was erroneous in the Bible. Now these camps want to turn around and do the same thing they did to us to them and call them Edomites, and they're not. Because again, we have to be accountable for everything that comes out of our mouth. And the Bible says, prove all things. So if y'all want to follow these little erroneous things from the camp, y'all better be sure you're right, because we're going to have to answer for that. And that's a sin to be doing that. So for me, if the white man don't check off all these boxes for Esau, I'm sorry, it's not them. But if the Arabs do, if the Jews do, and if the certain tribes over there do, then I'm going by what the Bible says. That's just me. Again, until somebody shows me a prophecy that says that we was going to go into captivity on ships for 400 years to Edom, then you got to miss me with that white man stuff. I'm sorry. And that's it.
Well said. Well said. I just want to say real quick, like my position is a little different in regards to you are who your father is. Like I don't subscribe to that. I believe you can be an Israelite through your father or through your mother or through both. Double T, the Hebrews, a brother of mine, we both agree on that. I know a lot of bros don't agree with us, but we looked into it and we've arrived to the conclusion that, you can be an Israelite through your mother or through your father. And a lot of us, we're going to be honest, a lot of us in our community don't really even know our dad or our grandfather or our father's side. So if we want to be brutally honest, I think like I think that concepts, that construct, you are who your father is, I think it's anti-black. And I say this out of respect because it doesn't unite us, it divides us. And so that's my take on that. But we can respectfully disagree. You don't have to agree with everything I say. I say a lot of stuff that you're not going to hear from the camps, and I don't mind saying it. I don't mind taking the scrutiny for saying it as well. But I got to give it over to Double T, because Double T, he's been listening in the background. So is there anything that you like to say, Double T, from what you've heard?
Yeah, man. I just wonder, man, where's Japhet at? Who's Japhet? I mean, if Esau the white man, where's Japhet at? I mean, I'm lost. Like, can somebody explain that to me?
I hear you, brother. I'm with you on that one. I'm with you.
I'm lost, man. So like a person that's been here before Esau, a whole nation rather been here before Esau, and yet, Esau steps on the scene and he's the white man that wipes out, a whole nation. Like, come on, man. It's dummy doctrine. You know what I'm saying? And then they talk about Ishmael, right, being, being the Arabs, right? Which I don't disagree with that, right? But when I researched Jokin, right, he's the progenitor of the Arabs as well. So like, come on, man. Like, and then like the brother said, Esau did mix with, you know what I'm saying, Ishmael's daughter. So we just gonna exclude that, huh? Or you know what I'm saying? We just gonna exclude that. Like, come on, make it make sense, man. Like it's yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch and clarify that point. The camps like to say that, you know, when you bring up, they hate the Arab explanation, by the way. They hate it because they immediately run to, oh, that's Ishmael. So, and my thing is this. Again, that's why I brought out that genealogy with Esau's wife. He, I highlighted that he married his uncle's daughter. I think her name was Nehibath. And so you got that line. So regardless if you think that you are your father is your mother is whatever, we still have a mingling of two seeds here. Okay. So it's Edom and Ishmael. Now, all the other Ishmaelites are pure Ishmaelites, but we have this one line that is Edom and Ishmael. And it just happens to be there's one line of Muslims in the Middle East that are rich and wealthy and powerful. And it's only the Saudi Arabians. It's like, and they're putting that in our faces with the name. I hope everybody is intelligent enough to see this. Something else the brother brought up earlier. He brought up the dragon, right? And he tried to lean on that as far as symbology goes. If you look at a lot of these Middle Eastern countries with the eagle, there's a lot of countries that utilize that eagle. Okay, so it's not like it's exclusive to Edom or Esau, right? When you look at, I think he said something about the Rothschild and the shield and all that, and the white man owning this and the white man owning that. Again, I'm gonna put it to you this way. Hitler kicked the Jewish people out of Germany because they were messing with the government. They had so much power and wealth, they toppled governments.
Exactly.
Like, if you can fund, I don't think people can understand what I'm saying. When you have so much money that you can fund a government, you're the boss. Do you know that Donald Trump gets a paycheck? A lot of leaders of countries, if you get a paycheck, you're not the leader. I don't know if people understand. You got to research. Okay? These people topple countries. Wealth is something serious, man. Like, just because, and from our perspective, our immediate danger and enemy is these devils. But they are not the end all be all. Edom does not hold the monopoly on evil. You know, Israel was at one time called evil. So you can't sit up here and say just because, the white man is evil, he's Esau. I mean, again, you got to tick off all these boxes. That's two-dimensional thinking. We got to go three-dimensional, right? Again, you got to tick off each and every box. Sorry, I'll land it there. I don't want to be too long with it, but I hope everybody understands what I'm saying. And you know what, Jaden? This is my first time coming across your thing. Man, I love this, and you haven't cut anybody off, and you let us talk, and we're respectful. Now, if these camps could take a page from that book, and that's why I lost respect for people. Like, again, I ain't trying to bash nobody, but Sakari and Deacon and the rest, they get so mad and scared. If you're secure in your doctrine, you ain't gonna mute somebody, hang up on them, mute them, delete their comment. If you're sure in your doctrine, then fight. Don't run and mute people and hang up on them. I tell all them cats, man, I hope y'all come to my city so I can see y'all face to face. You ain't gonna be able to hang up on me, partner. You know what I mean? But if they look at your thing and be like, okay, it's respectful, you let us talk, and we respectful to each other, and we prove our points. We prove all things. We talk it out. Don't run like them cats do. And brother, I like you, and I like how you do it, man. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you, El Johns. I appreciate it, man. You brought a lot of edification. You was dropping gems, and this goes on all the time. Like, for example, me and Elder Byron. That's the elder. That's Zakane. That's the elder. We disagree about, as he said earlier, about 49% of the time, but 51% of the time we agree. So it's not when we disagree, but it's how we disagree. Are we
Right.
tapped into the Ruach HaKodesh, even when we have two different perspectives? So, and especially when we talk about topics that are not salvational, topics that on the grand scheme of things, I mean, how important really is it? So, I like to just have these discussions, like these live streams, where we can have these Bible study type of discussions and we can get into our research, and you can give your position, I can give my position, and not even necessarily debate, but just have a discussion, have a build. So like, I'm not a master debater. I say that all the time. I mean, shout out to marriage. I'm not a master debater. That ain't my thing. I wear this ring on my finger for a reason. I'll leave that to the YouTubers that are, that's what they're about. But over here, to me, that's weird. So,
Right.
I learned a lot tonight, and it was cool just speaking to brethren. We scattered throughout the diaspora. We scattered throughout the four corners, and it's cool that we tapping in and we're speaking about the word of Yah. I mean, we could be talking about foolishness. We could be talking about music videos, and we could be talking about. I mean, I like sports is cool and all, but we could be talking about sports. But we're talking about the Bible. We're talking about the word of Yah, and it's beautiful that we can have this discussion and have different perspectives. But at the same time, like, we're having a feast, but we're all bringing something different to the feast. And that's what we did here tonight. For example, I mean, we got Elder Byron, who's in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We got Double T, that's in Dayton, Ohio. We got Sion 11112, who the comment on screen. He's out in South Africa, representing the continent out in South Africa. And I'm out here in Stockton. My bad, Stockton. Because once you move here, you stuck. There's no way out. This city is a black hole. It will pull you in. There's no way out. I'm in Stockton, unfortunately, but that's where I reside. I'm not sure where you're at, L. Johns, but it's cool that we can, gather and we can speak about this topic. And whenever you feel compelled to come on this platform, I'll open it up to you. And even if we disagree, it's all love.
Brother, can I say something?
Absolutely.
I was just reading one of the comments up here, and I don't know if it was addressed to me or not, but it says something about name a person who is red at birth, or a black person who's red at birth, or something like that, and about Esau's description. Esau was named Esau because he was red and hairy, right? So when we talk about red, again, I don't know if that person heard us earlier, but we got to look at the Hebrew word. So the Hebrew word was admoni. And then there's something else I forgot to mention. I likened it to King David. The same word was attributed to him, which was red, which means not just red, but it means red, ruddy, mahogany. If you Google right now, everybody listening, Google red horse, red cow, red anything. If you Google that, a red nothing ain't gonna come up, but a brown something is gonna come up. Okay, so that's letting you know that red means mahogany. And that word also is admoni. Now, what does admoni sound like? It sounds like Adam. So the first person we know, the black man, was Adam. He was a black man, right? So again, it's the same word attributed to Adam. Again, was Adam a white man? Was King David a white man? So to that person who said, that word means red, ruddy, brown, mahogany. It don't mean, again, look it up. The Hebrew word for white is Laban. Don't take my word for it. Research it. Laban is white. Mahogany is red, brown, ruddy. Okay. And he was also called Esau because he was red, not just red, but he was red and hairy. Okay. So there's a lot of hairy brothers running around too. They're just, these camps make it seem like all black people are just smooth and hairless. Okay. Come on now. Let's stop. Let's stop with that. Okay. So that's all I wanted to say, brother. Yeah.
Also, too, okay. Uncle J.E., he edified me. I stand corrected. He said, don't forget NY. My bad. Maybe I'm still holding on to the East Coast, West Coast beef. I don't know. I'm from the West Coast, so I forgot to shout you out, Uncle J.E. That's the elder, always showing edification on this platform. Been on this platform on the live panel and always dropping gems in the chat as well. But yes, I was wanting to know where you reside. Well, what state do you reside, L. Johns?
I'm in Pennsylvania. My hometown is Chi-Town, so I'm from the Chi. Sorry.
So you okay? You from Chi-Town? Okay, and now you're in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Wow. So it's like 12:24 where you at.
Exactly. Yep.
And for our brother in South Africa, it's like, I imagine it's daytime already. I imagine the sun is out right here. Sion 11112. I imagine the sun is already out. But yeah, this is beautiful. And yeah, you dropped a lot of gems. Hey, it's crazy, Uncle L. Johns. It seemed like it's like this information we were sharing earlier, like you brought a lot of that out. It's amazing. It's like, man, it's like you could have just taught this tonight. I could have just gave you the ball and just let you teach this, because you brought up a lot of points that me, Elder Byron, and Double T the Hebrew, we all covered. And
yeah, I'm sorry, man.
awesome.
I came in late. I didn't know what you guys had covered already.
And that was the beauty. That's the beauty of it. Like you already did your due diligence. You did your own study, and then brought it out. And then, hey, we just come to the same conclusion. Like when you use the word admoni, use the Hebrew word admoni, which is mahogany, reddish brown. So, and we also showed an image of what that looks like. And because mahogany, reddish brown, when we read from the lexicon, the halots, the Hebrew and Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament, it says that admoni means reddish brown, as in the sheep's skin, the leather that is dyed reddish brown. And we showed images of what that looked like. It looks something like a football. It's like the color of a football. It's reddish brown, within that variation. And so it's just beautiful that we just come to the same conclusion on things. This was not rehearsed. This was not practiced. You came in, El John, when you came in and just shared information that echoed what we brought out, but then you were able to bring out additional information. And that's what it's about. As a result of tonight, my sword got sharper. And I know that's the case for all of us on panel and everybody listening. Yeah, you got it, Eljon.
And on that note, and to follow through what you're saying, now I know I said something against Deacon Hakah earlier and Tazariak, but I do want to say something about Deacon Hakah and Sakar. I don't know if everybody knows, but they had a split from Guerrilla Hebrew, and they got their own thing. And with that split, they got a new understanding about salvation, and they did a pivot. And I want to highlight that because if they can do it, like when I first got into this truth, I was gung-ho, man. You could ask my wife. I went around to all these camps and tried to join these camps, and I could not get in any of these camps. And I remember my wife telling me the Most High don't want you with these camps because there's a reason. And then the reason was I ended up researching, and I ended up disagreeing with two of their stances, which is that erroneous 12 tribes chart and that Esau is a white man doctrine. And once I did that, I became ostracized from these camps anyway. So I say that now we see somebody like Deacon gets on my nerves, but I got so much respect because he's very intelligent, and so is Hassad. And when you hear them speak, I used to be like, why do these brothers be so intelligent, but they believe these two doctrines? Now you're seeing them pivot with the whole salvation thing. So my point is this: if they pivot from that, that means there's still room to grow. These camps aren't the end all be all. You see somebody as prominent as Deacon changing his stance. Now I'm waiting for him to fully turn to get some more understanding on these other two doctrines, but we do see a switch, and he's taking a lot of flack for that. So the point is, we have to do our own research. We see examples like these brothers who are very prominent, very researched. They know that they can change. Information can change. They can get a better understanding. The scriptures say research to show ourselves approved. And I hope you, me, somebody reached a lot of these, our brothers and sisters out there to let them know that, because I used to walk around calling, hey man, you Edomite. There's people in my family, the people, like I call them Edom. I sound stupid. I'm like, man, you're not our brother. So I had to go apologize to some people, like, I'm sorry, you ain't no Edomite. Because it's like, again, I don't have to answer to who's on your panel or whoever's listening or who's typing. I got to answer to the Most High. And I think, wasn't there anything reversed that says that the teachers among Israel are going to be judged the harshest? So that means that if I'm going to teach something, or if I'm going to tell something, I better be researched in it, and I better be 100% right. So that means I ain't going to go off hand calling people something that they ain't, doing to them what they did to us, which is a sin, by the way. So y'all running around calling people something that they not, y'all gonna get checked for that. And that's it, brother. I'm gonna land there. That's all I really wanted to say.
Ghetto Shofar Blast. That was fire. Straight fire. Well, family, we're about the 4-hour mark. We're going to go ahead and give our closing. So I'm going to go ahead and give it back to you, L. Johns. I'm going to let you close, and then I'm going to give it to Double T, and then we're going to give it to the man of the hour, the man of the day. It's his birthday, Elder Byron Willer. It's his birthday. He turned 57 today, so I'm going to give it to Elder Byron, and I'll have him close out. But yes, you got it, L. Johns.
Just a brief synopsis. I hope people got edified. We all have room to grow. I hope people don't take what you heard at face value. Please go and research everything. Go and research Esau, who Esau married. Go research what Esau was called, the names that are attributed to him, the actual Hebrew words. Pray. When we go into the scriptures, pray for discernment before you read the scriptures, and then pray afterwards. Because at the end of the day, truth is what matters. It's not about ego or anything else. It's about truth. If we all say we love the Most High, then we should love truth. And he's going to take care of that. Just because the white man ain't Esau, he still won't get what he deserves. Don't worry about that. That ain't our thing. That's the Most High's providence. He's going to take care of that. So there's more than just Esau that's wicked out here, okay? Esau and Edom's going to get theirs, and so are the other Gentiles and everybody else who mess with us. We got to make sure we right, though. And part of being right is being correct under his eyes, okay? And that's it. I'm done. Appreciate you.
All glory, all praises, all kavod to our great king. Thank you for coming on the panel, L. Johns. Double T, the Hebrew, you got it, king.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much like the brother was saying, man. I pray that this was edifying to everybody that listened. I think coming to a greater understanding that, man, the Most High made this platform for every last one of us to come up on here and show our position, be edified, no matter the doctrine. But I think the most important thing was unity. You know what I mean? So, and that's why, I'm so big on supporting your channel, man, because that's what I see. It's not like what the camps, like the brother was saying and everything, man. And I love this, man. This is what I've been looking for. And then I think the Most High, led me to your channel, bro. And I definitely appreciate it. So, with that being said, man, shalom, peace, and I bless every last one of your brothers on here.
All praises, all kavod to our great king. Hallelujah. Now we got to pass it over to the birthday man, to Elder Zakane Byron. You got it, king.
First, I want to say thank y'all for allowing me to spend my birthday with y'all. For so long, you go through and you search and you search and you search for a channel where you just can come and just sit down and reason together. There's so many of us want to just come and just talk, because we understand that one gonna plant, one gonna water. But at the end of the day, we all have to go back to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of Israel, for the increase. But if we want to be stubborn and set in our ways, then how can you get any increase out of anything? So I always tell you, Jaden, thank you, because you allow us to come and breathe. Because there's so much that the Father be talking to us about, and we want to share it with someone. We want to tell them this, and we want to tell them this. And we all know that we don't know it all, but we want to share it with. And it's hard to find someone to share it with when everybody has their own opinion of what the with is. When I first came into this awakening, I was struggling with what the Father was showing me and what I used to know. So I had to come back and completely clean my canvas. It's almost like an artist in front of a clean canvas, except the brush isn't in my hand, but is in the hand of the Holy One of Israel. And you have to allow him to now come and paint the colors that need to be on your canvas. And sometimes he might send you to somebody's channel so you can get a color to add to your canvas because you stuck at that one place. But if we don't have a channel where we can come and reason together, where we can talk with one another, to where we all understand that we all waking up together. We have all been in this darkness. Not one of us come from the seed of somebody that remembered who they are. Because how many of us can go back how many generations in our family? So that who we are was wiped out. So we are all at the same level. We are all babes. But the question is, are we going to come up together? Are we going to continue to do what we did in our land that got us in this captivity? Everything that happened to us in our captivity was a judgment on us because of what we did in our land. Everything. Didn't we take people land from them when we were kings and queens in the land? Didn't we execute unjust judgments on the people? Didn't we write decrees that weren't just towards the poor, but execute hardship towards the poor? Everything that has been done to us, the Father tried us by our ways. But what did we learn while we were being tried? That's the question. What have we learned? So with that, I'll go ahead and close and tell y'all brothers, thank y'all for the colors that y'all added to my canvas. Because earlier, Brother John, we were talking about Esau and the fat of the land. The Saudi Arabia, the fat of their land is their oil. So that was a promise to Esau. It will be the fat of the land is their oil. And what makes the UAE so rich, so powerful today?
Oil.
There you go. And where does the oil come from?
The land.
There you go. So with that, brother, I'll go ahead and close to y'all.
But before you close, I'm going to show this screen. Now, take it however you guys want to take this, listening on chat and on the panel. I believe that your birthday, if you want to honor your birthday respectfully, honor the Most High, you have the option to do so. So I'm going to use this as an opportunity to wish Elder Byron Yom Huladet Sameach. Happy birthday, King.
Brother Jaden, I want to tell you thank you.
Off
Go
screen,
ahead.
I will be popping a glass of this off screen. Just for tonight's discussion. Tonight's discussion was so good. I'm gonna have some of this. And this is Gallo. This is good. This grow out and not too far where I live. It's just wine. So it relaxes you. So I'm gonna get me a glass after this live stream. If I had
this has been the best birthday of my life.
All glory. All praises.
All because I was doing the one thing, if I could do every day, all day, I would love to do. I was sitting down talking with brothers and sisters about our God. To me, that is what we were born for. You were born to serve your God. So when you're sitting down amongst the brethren and sisters, what is better service than that? So I thank y'all very much for giving me the best birthday I've had. And with that, I'll close.
I'd like to thank everybody listening online, everybody on the chat, and everybody on the panel. Let's continue to love the Most High Yah with all of our heart, all of our soul, all of our might. Let's love our neighbor as we love ourselves. That's L. Johns, Double T the Hebrew, Elder, Zakane, Byron, Willer. I'm Jaden Israel. Until next time. Shalom, fam.
Shalom, shalom.